gases which we don't want, and it may create the pollution. So when we talk that in heading it is given sustainability. So whenever we talk the reaction, suppose A plus B gives C and D, which is not required. So just we want to, which creates the pollution. So we want to, or we have to uh, reduce the quantity of pollution. We cannot avoid completely, but we can definitely try to reduce the pollution or toxicity of the reagent. And for that purpose, we have to have, or we have to plan the reagents or reaction in such a way, or we have to use the or modified some reagents. That's why my lecture is on this, where we have uh, made some reagents which are not having metal ends, or some metal ends are there, then we have to have some reusability. So some 4 5 topics are there, which means solid supported reagents, ionic liquids using microwave or maybe sonic ultrasound reactions, and some metals where we can use repeatedly, so we need not have to uh, bother about the uh, metal pollution. Okay, I think some problem may be there. First, we prepared the uh, Clayan reagent. It is a ammonium nitrate um, doped on Montmorillonite, and that we have given the name Clayan. That is a oxidizing reagent, and it generates NO. And then we have tested it whether it is oxidizing reagent and whether it is generate NO or not. So first we have tested for this formation of disulfide, and we got the disulfide, and we ascertained that the this nitrating reagent is formed, oxidizing reagent is formed. Then next we applied it for the nitration in presence of HClO4, and we got successfully nitrating product that we have published it, and also filed a patent nitration for nitration. Next we use the for bromination. Generally bromination is used, bromine is used for bromination, but we have used SBR and then added the this oxidizing reagent, and we got the bromo product both for this aromatic nitration as well as the side chain nitration. That also we filed the patent. For side chain nitration, we prepared some uh, intermediate, drug intermediate, and then we file a patent. And some other reactions also we have carried out with this reagent. Then next we have selected the um, trimethyl benzyl ammonium hydroxide. It is called the Triton B. We thought that instead of this metal or metal hydroxide, we can go for this one non-metallic hydroxide. We can call it as a. It is a phase transfer catalyst also, and it comes as a 40% solution in methanol. So we have carried out so many reactions, and we have published in journals. Uh, Benzylic acid rearrangements also we have carried out with that reagent, and we have filed Indian patent as well as US patent. Uh, then in metal catalyze we have used the zinc, which is readily available and which is not more toxic. So some amidation and elidation of acylation of ylides. So many reactions we have carried out using that one, and that paper published, and all we have all work is file patent file for all work which is industrial use. We have shown the industrial use also, that one. And lastly, then my work was actually on process development. So I have developed some processes for drugs, and notably this mefloquine is an anti-malarial drug. I work maybe 4 5 years for that process development, and first we have attempted whatever the processes means patents were available, but we could not get the, and out of that, out of 6 we selected whichever is the cheapest one, where the picoline was one of the quinoline ring, and other side picoline was there. So we have to make the anion generation, but we could not get that one. Even with freshly prepared sodium methoxide also you could not get, and after 2 years we left that one. And then by other route we could got it, but we want, because that minus 60 degree our steps were more, so we don't wanted to try that one. But lastly we have come out with very facile method which uses all indigenous reagents, and we have successfully completed that, and we have given to 4 industries for commercialization. They are doing it and exporting to South Africa. And there we got the 8 patents for one, means all whatever the intermediates you have prepared, all intermediates we have protected by patenting it. And next is pyrazinamide. It is anti-TB drug. For that one also so many processes are there already, but we made the continuous process instead of batch process. So last slide, can I go to last one? Last slide. Last but one or two. Before that, so this is the hello. Before this one slide. This, these are the actually routes available. This is the one, this is the second route available, and this is the mefloquine, and this is our route actually. So that hydroxy is there. To make this one, we have to make the lithium anion. We have to generate there using lithium. So that we have avoided actually. We made the simple tosyl group, hydroxy to tosyl, and with CO, CS3COBr, it is a generating reagent, brominating reagent. With that one, we have replaced tosyl to bromo. So first we have attempted bromo, and then like CS3COBr, we attempted CS3COI, and successfully we got the 80% of iodo. And chloro also we got, but chloro yield is less. And as you know that for Grignard, iodo is better than bromo, so we have started reaction with iodo. here, and this picoline aldehyde, addition of picoline aldehyde, and directly we got the this mefloquine hydrochloride. Here actually OH should be there, that OH is not there. And for this one paper we filed 8 patents. Next one, next one. This already we had a material, and we wanted to make some sulfur type of compound that side. So we have attempted one reaction, phenyl ammonium dithiocarbamate, and we got this one, surprisingly we got this disulfide one. We have characterized this one and we have published this one, and first we have taken the Indian and US patent, and then this work is published. Next. Next one. Next one. This is all. This is the pyrogenamide. This is general route for the preparation of this one batch processes. Next one. And this is the our route which IICT has developed. Actually, it is organic chemistry plus catalysis people are there, and engineering, all groups are involved here. Catalyst people, they have prepared the catalyst, and organic people also are there. So this is the catalyst bed, and we have to feed the reactant. Here on catalyst directly we will get the 2-methyl pyrazine. Cyclization plus dehydrogenation or hydrogenation, everything will be done in catalyst, and we will get this one. Then we have to feed it to next reactor, where we will pass the ammonia and oxygen, where amoxidation takes place. We will get the nitrile. Then from that reactor we have to feed to another reactor, where aqueous ammonia will be there, and this nitrile will get converted to amide, just to filter it, and filter it again, put into reactor, and make the pH of the that used ammonia up to 10 using the fresh ammonia. So like that it is going on. It is a continuous process one, and we got the US and Indian patent for this one. So these are my students who has worked for paperwork and other. At that time when I was there, Kamal was the head of the division. Dr. Chandrasekhar was director actually, and now he is DST secretary. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. It was really indeed a pleasure to listen to you, and especially when it comes to people from my parent institute, that is VMV, earlier VMV, now known as Vidarbha Institute of Science and Humanities. I really feel proud, and thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us. Friends, again, as we have already mentioned, that we do have a galaxy of intellectuals here, and the last gem, I must say, of today's function, or today's inaugural speaker, is none other than Mr. Dr. Anand B. Patil. Somkor sir has today itself introduced me, and while having the breakfast, I have seen some of his work, which he has penned down really very well. And as I do not know exactly what it means by a critic detective, but this is the term which Somkor sir has used for him, and I'm sure, sir, that in your writings, of course, there is something hidden over there which makes us call you as a critic detective writer. And over to you for the keynote address. We are really very blessed, sir, to have you today with us. So requesting for the keynote address, Dr. Anand B. Patil. Sir.
Honorable Chairperson, Dr. Gazbi, all other dignitaries, delegates from all over India, participants and young friends. I am here not by accident, but I would like to change name of Somkuar to Somaraskuar because he used such a good word. I am not a serious speaker, but really learned speaker you will come to know. This is the threat that as long as Dr. Patil is speaking, nobody will get up and get out, even though natural call is there. This is not the threat. Anubhave ale anga techi jagate tase. Experience is the best teacher in my life. And you have invited the village boy, who is neither a scientist nor a social scientist, but a man of language and literature. And today literature is dead. Theory is there, history is dead, literature is dead, criticism is dead. Only professors survive because of the new scale. And farmers in Maharashtra commit suicide because of the research work. That is my statement. Cut and paste, reproduction of knowledge, compilation of information, and all of them are collectors of information, not interpreters of interpretation. I am not damaging your seminar, encouraging it. And so I suggested title to him, he has slightly changed it. My title was Orientalism, Toxification, and Decolonizing Indian Intellectual. He has removed the word in decolonizing. But my friends, I tell you introduction, I am really proud. Today, I feel really excited, more excited, because I had never dreamt that Kabir's name will be associated with my name. And I thank you very much for associating me with Kabir. Kabira khada bazaar mein. Kabira khada bazaar mein liye lokota haath, jo ghar phunke hapna, aao hamare saath. That is our tradition. And so, the Dalits from Sirpur had given recently on Ambedkar's birthday the topic that Buddha, Shivaji, the great emperor, the foolish historians in Maharashtra called him Chhatrapati. In my book I have said Chhatrapati is the worst word given to the great emperor because they wanted to demean him as Shudra. Ananya Vajpayee has written beautiful article who was Shivaji, excavating the identity. My friends, we are at the superficial level, products of Puranas. We are products of Kirtan and Pavadas, foolish Pavadas. They don't know there were two Afzal Khans, and Afzal Khan is the title, not the name. First Afzal Khan was Jamir Afzal Khan. I am telling you about history, I am the man of literature, please note it. I am post-disciplinary, not only interdisciplinary. And one lady from Maharashtra, French teacher, wrote, Anand Patil is the only man who has translated difficult terms and theories from Western countries into Marathi. So Maharashtra is a big factory of ignorance production. That is my article published in here. And I have got the second award from Nagpur. First award was given to me for Granthani Raslela Mahapurush Yeshwantrao Savan. There is not a man born in Maharashtra who had read as many books from the world as Savan had read. And all these are products of reformers and truth seekers movements in Maharashtra. The constitution is framed not because of the learned Pandits and Veda Shastris and this Shastri and that Shastri, but they are framed by the learned people. Punjab Rao Deshmukh, whose book I have translated, and my whole life has changed that book. What is the title of the book? The Origin and Development of Religion in Vedic Literature. See the nonsensical people in Maharashtra. I sat in Goa, telephone I received, tell us your terms and conditions. This is research. I spontaneously, because I was brought up by Bhaurao Patil the Great, who was the disciple of Prabodhankar. And Ambedkar was also associated with Karmavir Bhaurao Patil. That is, I am the product of Rayat Shikshan Sanstha I am proud of. I am not the convent product. In China, the lady asked me, Dr. Patil, your appearance is very deceptive. Yes, I am not the deceptive man, but detective man. So here, my thesis, I have told you title. Kharath and Somkor told me, you talk about only plagiarism in Marathi. I tell you, there is one K.K. Ruthwell, K.K. Ruthwell, her name is there. The title of the thesis is Faking Literature. I have made a statement that feka feki is a Marathi word, they have borrowed it from us. And the biggest feka feki wala is Pula Deshpande, who is called a Bhushan of Maharashtra. In Bombay University, I made a statement that Pula Deshpande is the anti-national writer. We are unfortunate that he is the Bhushan of ours. Bold statement. Raja Dhale stood up and he said, give Patil 15 more minutes. Patil, explain it. What is the proof? I told him I have taken the oath that I will not make a single statement without the proof. So my lecture is based on proofs. If you want, ask me to stay here for 10 days, I will give all proofs. So here, this is the sentence from Arun, the lady teaching in America. This is Dharwadkar, Aparna Dharwadkar. She has written a book on Indian drama, Oxford publication, and she has mentioned that Patil is the only researcher who has done regional language drama methodical. Title of my thesis was in Western influence on Marathi drama from 1818 to 1947. All are great thieves. The first drama, for example, Sangeet Saubhadra, okay? All Brahminical critics have written that this was born in Kirtan tradition. This was the imitation of Italian opera. And when I found in London library, the source of this play, Thespis turned down, grafted on Mahabharata. Gods turned down, Thespis is the name of the god, turned down to earth, and what comic things happen? Literal translation. Ekach Pyala, direct translation. P.L. Deshpande, Teen Paishacha Tamasha, that girl Aparna must be Indian. So I have categorized Indian scholars in 3 categories. I will explain this, theoretical. I am not only joking. I am classifying an introspective. What is research? You have used the word, very difficult term. I read a thesis currently. The first many vice chancellors are here. Sir, you reminded me. I was at Kanpur. There they organized a seminar on nativism. I told them nativism really lasts in villages only, not with Pandits. And they were talking about Pandits, learn your book, this and that. I told them, please read one book of 125 pages. We are brought up with Justice Ranade, who was not justice at all. He has not done any justice. He has done, titled the book, The Rise of Maratha Power. In my Shivaji, I have said, what about the fall? Fall is on saris of ladies. This is a copy of Decline and Fall of Gibbon's book, Decline and Fall of Roman Empire. What happened to fall? It will fall on Peshwai. The dirty rule. So my friends, real scholars are abroad, not in India. We are the victims of culture of fear. Culture of fear are 3 books I have collected. Culture of terrorism, culture of fear, and I am going to write a book. The most fearful culture is Indian. Afraid of caste, afraid of books, religious books, afraid of neighbors, afraid of this and afraid of that. Nobody has explored it. So our journey begins with the single word, and research is discarding what we have learned on the earlier days at the next breakfast. You know, definition of research? What we have done in one day and night, discarding at the breakfast time and finding something new. That is called research. And the title of the book, you should take down the name, younger generation, and read it, copy is with me. Linda, middle name I cannot read because it is Adivashi name. Linda T. Smith. Title is Decolonizing Methodology. And next, Research and Native People. That girl is from young vice chancellor. And when I read the first paragraph, she says, the dirtiest word in my life is research. Terrible. And you have given the title. I am not criticizing you, please. Otherwise, you will not allow me to get out. Here, Swatantriya Sainik from this, his name, Nagpur Swatantriya Sainik, 1 award was given to me for writing book Yashwantrao Chavan. He's reading only. This is called the first literary biography in Marathi. Annabhau Sate award also. See the combination. One from Nagpur, another from Kolhapur, Annabhau Sate. Here I am talking about that book. When I was surprised, shocked. Dirtiest word in my life that I learned is research. And what I did was really a dirty work because I was not conscious of my own identity and my roots. Terrible. They teach us very, very bad terms. We are colonized intellectually, right from the beginning. And I have developed a theory that when I was taught in the pre-primary school, Bha Bhatasa, my whole identity was poisoned. They should have taught me Bha Bhakarisa. Ga Gautacha, my father would have, farmer would have helped me, I would have helped him, and I would have been intellectually richer. Because the things which are taught to you, which are out of experience, out of reach, are there to deceive you, to make you important, and Indian intellectuals are most important statement made by barrister, not by Anand Patil. Read the book, The Decline and Fall of Hindus. Publication year 1919. Writer, barrister Mukherjee A.C. Mukherjee is a Brahminical name. There are really good Brahmins. Shejwalkar, for example. I have only two castes, very worst Patil and very good Patil. Only two castes, no other castes are there for me. Because I was brought up in Bhaurao Patil, who was a Jain. And I did not tell you about him. And these people were our sources of inspiration. You need not tell us more about Ambedkar. I can talk more about Ambedkar. This is a threat. Reinterpret him. I don't never tell him the memoirs that he studied under the lamp on the road. No. This is called narration by Kirtan. Interpret him. What was he product of which culture? My friends, you will be shocked to know that culture means Samskruti is the most poisonous word upon earth. That claim I have made. Even the government of Maharashtra has given me 12 lakh rupees for writing books on cultural studies. 200 definitions I found of culture. Culture of terrorism, culture of robbers, gun culture. You scientist people use the word germ culture. Okay, germ culture. Is this Brahminical germ? Germ culture, worm culture and this culture, botanical culture and plant culture. So I went to the roots of the word and I have made the claim that this is the most poisonous word because Sanskruti is associated with 16 samskaras. Before you are born, you are made a slave of Abhisheka and Dakshina. After that, you are again the victim. And whole enslavement of mind is Indian teaching. And our curriculums are productions of ignorance. Sripad Bhalchandra Joshi, from here only. Yashwant Manohar has written poem on me. You will be surprised to know, such a terror man. In Nagpur University, Zambulkar was a professor, I remember his name. I don't know how, I was visiting professor here and he said, this is naughty Patil, people talk a lot about him, let us arrange his lecture. And they dropped the word literature. They dropped the word literature and they asked me to talk about society, culture and future. Your future is here. And in the chair, Ambedkarite, Yashwant Manohar. And my opening lecture, I want to prove that I am once upon a time, I was a rural writer. My novel had achieved a lot. It was a textbook also. But later on, rural writer was murdered by Maharashtrians because I went to Goa. They did not select. One Dalit boy has now posted. Anand Patil's name, there is a Mauna Cut in Maharashtra. They observe this, Mauna Cut, a plot not to talk about him because their own existence will be wiped out. This is the post. I am not advertising myself. I am making you conscious that we are the product of. And in his article, I wrote the first sentence. Dr. Patil will not make any statement. All these are proofs. Number one, Immanuel Kant. His Of Reason was translated by Rava Patankar and his Saundarya Shastra is worst production. Collection of information only convenient for the priests. Other theories are not used. I had used there in the difficult term in my abstract, flag freedom. This is by Franz Fanon, the psychologist in Algeria. And I had used his thesis. For my thesis, he provided the frame. He is called the Gandhi of their country. Gandhi is non-violent, he was violent. So you have to connect your country with the other countries, connect with the world. World history, if you read, just now somebody mentioned Ashoka. Have you read the book? Ashoka, the lost emperor of India. Why not? James Allen writes a book, foreigner writes a book, and what are we doing? Lost the first paragraph I have quoted, and 7 times I changed the name of my next book on Jizabai, because one very good boy, he read my Maharashtra Mahit Naslele Shivaji. What teacher of English has to do with Shivaji? I wrote that book. Nobody has opened the mouth. I made a claim. I want to prove with proofs that total history taught in the classroom is a total lie. And presented on English. This is the advantage of English. And that boy read the book, Milinda Kambale, advocate, MA in history. But Modi, he knows Modi. And he came to me, sir, I want to talk to you. I have done my history, but useless degree I feel. I feel that my degree is very useless because I cannot understand your book. So theories all over the world, terminology, difficult terminology, intellectual history. And women history, that is a different branch. So many theories I have given there, and people, even teachers of history don't understand. If anybody is there, please, I am not want to insult you, but they don't understand it. Why? So I have coined the term, we are the victims of Pancha Tantra Ahitopadeshi Sulbhi Karnacha Shapacha Marathi Manus. Simplification. Everything they want simplified. And we have to begin the journey from the word to concept, and from concept to theory. And that is why here theory. And we don't want theory. Why? It was Bertrand Russell. Again, another proof. First I quote Immanuel Kant. Immanuel Kant, German philosopher, says, if you want to hold some people under your thumb, select people, make them slave. Kill their history. You kill the people and enslave them. That is why Shivaji is killed again and again. I have used the name lost emperor for Jizabai, not Jizau. Was that the contract of motherhood? Sala Jizau, Jai Jizau. Nobody knows how many children she had given birth to. 6 children had died on the battlefield. Expired. Only 2 survived. And terrible, I have explored it. When she was alive, today they are talking, you know the debate. Is there any learned scholar in Maharashtra? Nonsensical statements they are making about Shivaji, this and that, and Afzal Khan. I was telling you about first Afzal Khan. He was a graduate. His father had died at the age of 8. Qurana he had learned by heart. And when he came for job, he came to India. Adil Shah came to know that such a learned boy has come. He appointed him in the court, promoted him, made the chief. And you know what did he do? First he appointed 700 Brahmins as spies and 300 clerks as mediators. So, is this on record? And on the contrary, Shahaji and Jizabai were not born, but Jizabai appointed the Asprushas on all depressed classes as spies. I have made the list. One Mahar boy was taught Gujarati for 7 years. Shop was opened in Surat, and he was the best spy. Why does not this history tell you the truth? So history in Marathi India is totally Brahminized. Please don't take this easily. There is no theory of Brahminization. If sociology professor is there, he will remember M.N. Roy from Karnataka. He had taken the survey of one village and presented the formula. In India, society is like this. Brahminization plus Anglicization is equal to acculturation. Where are the other castes and other people? Dead and gone. There were scholars but foreigners, not Indians. We are the poor, ignorant, impotent people. Let me explain the theory of impotency. Otherwise you will feel insulted. That person, barrister, young man came to India. Similar feelings were in my mind. I was in England also. and India Office Library, I was exploring something. The librarian told me, Patil, what are you going to do? Patil, Patil. They made practice of Patil. They can't pronounce correctly. That is why I wanted to chutnify their English. Salman Rushdie. Here, what are you going to do within these 3 months? No, you have to spend your whole life and explore what is buried here. And really I came to know. And for joking, I tell you, in British Museum Library, every day I was changing library so that Dr. Panjabrao Deshmukh and Dr. Ambedkar must have touched the chairs there. They were studying there on that chair. Let that sparsh be there in my life. Read Patlachi London Wari. It was a textbook in Pune University, how caste determines us. A Negro boy has done PhD on culture conditioned imagination. I changed the word caste conditioned imagination. Our imagination is conditioned, determined. We are dwarfed people. We are not allowed to grow. And you have to fight. Even my surname is Patil, but real name I did not know. That Kamble explored all these details. He one day brought one paper, Modi. He said, sir, you write a book on Jizabai. And we changed the name. Now I have dedicated one book to that boy. Research assistant, beautiful. He is not a researcher, he is a lawyer. But he is interested in history too much because Watan was given to his forefathers by Jizabai. And no Maratha I have seen as proud as Shivaji. Shivaji's clan, like that Kamble, within the Kamble. And that boy gave me the circular, Jizabai's Adesh. Why there are no letters in history in the name of Jizabai? Separate Kacheri was there, separate court. And on the letter it is written, Jizabaincha Kacheriyutun. Where did the letters have disappeared? All of us had 52 symbols only. Patil Nangar, Mahar Dori Kiwa Zhadu, Sambar Ari, Shimpi Scissors. 52 symbols were, so we are the products of science and we need semiotics. Has any history professor heard in Maharashtra? We are publishing these articles. See the letter, let me tell you. The letter tell me, Adesh was like this. Handga, the word original is Handga, important. If he comes for begging, if he comes for asking for job, no, you should not insult him. Arrest him immediately. Mulahiza Theune. Only 3 sentences. And have we this order today when we are free? So that Frantz Fanon said, neo-colonial people have flag freedom only, not ideological freedom. And this barrister says, first paragraph I quote, I have learned by heart. Even Lost Emperor, that alien says, I want to explore life of Ashoka, who was turned by Brahmins into a simple Raja, demeaned in simple Raja. I have explored documents all over the world, and there is no emperor as ideal, as philosophical, and the best ruler upon this earth. Foreigner says so. Are we madmen? So this is called cultural politics. And cultural politics is more important than scientific politics. Here it was Einstein, again I quote, otherwise teachers of science will get angry with me. I know little bit of science also. It was Einstein, his sentence I have quoted in Jizabai also. Lot of information I have, time is limited, because teacher has to go, bell will ring. So here I am aware of that time consciousness. My friends, really when I became more interdisciplinary, I thought that I am really a good man, healthy man. Otherwise writing novels, writing fiction, this and that. Marquis, the Nobel laureate, had written a statement, writing novels and fiction and literature is a big convincing lie. Big convincing lie. This is a beautiful definition of this. And literature is littered by letters. Terrible definition. Literature is littered by letters. Litter means ghan or wastage. So it was Abdul Kalam was invited in Goa University. We were lucky to listen to him, and he had quoted Einstein. Einstein said, religion is blind without science. And now science is blind without religion, and opposite. Religion is lame without science. They are needed, but balance should be there. And so he says, oh, you may have many degrees. You may have many degrees, but unless you link them with values, You are not better than the barking dog who is very honest. Terrible image of dog used for the intellectual by Einstein. I give you another barking dog. The man who rejected Nobel laureate award. That was Jean-Paul Sartre, the philosopher from France. He was informed that we want to award you the Nobel award. He said, sorry, I am a committed writer. I will lose my commitment. I don't want your award. Show me any man. Day before yesterday, C.V. Raman's memory day was there. C.V. Raman. I mentioned him intentionally. Raman effect I can't understand because I am a man of literature. Raman, what he did, I do not know. But I have met in the sense confronted scientists also in different way. I will tell a joke also. I was selected as a chairperson of Vidrohi Sahitya Sammelan. I am from Goa. Telephone received. He said, sir, we want to nominate you as the chairperson of Vidrohi Sahitya, which is opposite of government Sahitya Sammelan. Vidrohi. Nobody knows me. I don't have any lobby, no group, nothing. And then telephone I received, please accept our invitation. I said, I don't trust Maharashtrians. I don't trust Maharashtrians. Send me a letter, I will think about it. And then I asked one boy, how is it that I am nominated? Nobody knows you from your group. And occasionally I come to Goa. After retirement I came to Kolhapur. Surprisingly, that boy told me, sir, there was an accident. Accident like that, Jayant Narlikar, a scientist. Jayant Narlikar, I have the moment. This is Socratic peripatetic method of speaking. So that the speaker should not go to sleep. Move. My teacher, Barrister T.G. Patil, luckily we had a very good teacher. He used to walk here and there and speak. So this is peripatetic. Once my wife came and straightened the mouth, the speaker. You stand up there firmly in Goa. In seminar was there, UG seminar on my literature, and that seminar I was moving. So my friends, he told me, government Sammelan, they had nominated Jayant Narlikar, great scientist. I respect him, he is a neutral man, secular man, that is okay. I had nothing to do with him. But see, in Kanpur nativism seminar I attended, in Holland they sponsored my tour there. And you have to take note that the best thesis on my Tamasha is written by foreigner. Tamasha. And the first statement I have quoted in my thesis, he says, Abrams, I want to take this most popular folk art of Maharashtra, most popular folk of art to Western countries so that our drama will be revolutionized. And we devalue it. And their own people have devalued it. So what others have done, we do not know. And we are frogs in the pond. Image used by Vilas Sarang. Marathi is the pond and writers and scholars are frogs in the pond. That he has opened. His article was published in World Literature Today in America. And there he says, I did not want to get myself stuck in the mire of caste. Mire, M-I-R-E. I did not want to get stuck myself, so I wanted to be international person. So my friends, we are surviving in a culture. What is the definition of culture? Culture means cultivate. Cultivate means when Adimano, Adivashi, primitive man, started plowing the land and first food of that piece that he had eaten. Since then, the formation of hut, formation of group, society, nation, atom bomb, all are included in this word. And our people translate it into Sanskruti. Vikruti, Naviti, Sanskruti. Who is to decide Vikruti? These fools Pandit who don't know anything. I have got one source, Pollock, Sanskrit Pandit from California. He has used the word Indian literature and culture is poisoned. I had met him in Gujarat. Very good learner. 5 books he has published. And he has published one article in 17th century. There was no intellectual in India. Long survey of books, Sanskrit books from all over India. There were Darbari scholars, Pandits, Shastris, but they only copied the books, ancient books, and added the word Nava. Nava Puran, Nava this and Nava. And even though nobody had, see here, all books they wrote, but nobody has commented upon the destructions made by Muslims. Not a single word. On the contrary, there was the Abhishek. Badshah is our Vishnu's avatar. And he is our Jagat Guru, that I have quoted from the reference. If this is the reality, are we not the liars, big liars, in all walks of life? And this man I was talking about, Mukherjee begins the book with, these priestly class, that priestly caste in India, wrote Vedas, Upanishads, Puranas, Vidhi, Mantras, this and that, and made the whole country impotent. And intellectual impotency invited Muslims to rule our country, and they became the shareholders in power. This is written by that man, our man. Why to blame him? See, the PhD on Namdev, somebody must remember, the best PhD that I have earned, I will burn all Marathi theses, third class theses. That is why I have said, farmers are committing suicide because of the third class protection, copy of copy, copy of copy. And Sahakari movement, cooperation movement in Kolhapur district, only change the name of district and submit the thesis. Cooperative movement in Dudh Sankalan, or whatever Sahakari cooperative, only change the name. Matter is same. This is duplication of duplication. We are good copier machines. And that's why I use this Ashoka's title there, Jizabai Haravaleli, Samrajya Lakshmi. See, this word was used by the man who was living there at that time, Jairam Pinde, who had written the epic on Shahaji Raja. I wrote the statement in that book, because Shivaji was born but taken out of Maharashtra, he was lucky. He came in contact with South Brahmins, who are known for scholarship, and ours are for Brahmadhyan, metaphysics, and killing other people only. That I have compared directly. That is why Nobel laureates are born in South, not in Maharashtra. That is why there are more, I think, Jnanpith Award winners in South, and I have slaughtered one Jnanpith Award. I have kicked 3 Nobel laureates in Marathi. Directly kicked, taking a name only. Patil belongs to the swords class. In Holland, I told you, what topic they had given? Indianness of Indian literature. Indianness of Indian literature, conducted by this Holland. I read a book recently, comparative study of proverbs all over the world. And I have selected a proverb from that book for Jizavai's book. Woman's sword never rusts. Baichi talwar nahi kadis ganjat. We are printing it on the cover. And really it will shock this word. When she was alive, our fools had spread the rumor that Shivaji had sent his mother to Afzal Khan to pacify him. This was the rumor, and it is reported by the commercial, Dutch trading company in India, that officer informs his officer in Europe. Our business will prosper. This is commerce. This is history. And we are living in this history. So I am not advertising my book. My friends, you have to change your attitude to science, to social science. There I mention another book, Blair, B-L-A-I-R-E. Blair has written one beautiful book which I read and I was shocked, Adventures in Theory. And he has kept the one page blank. And he says in the introduction, this is for you to have new adventure and find out new theory. Beautiful. So are there such things that we are doing? Show me any example of otherwise. Why? Your organization, I request you, we need not stop it. We cannot produce something new at this stage. There was a movement in Europe after Second World War. After Second World War, there was a movement. And the movement was terrible curriculum. My father never came to the school because he was illiterate farmer. And I am proud of him. And I remember when two scholars, learned scholars mentioned Nobel laureates, I remember 3 at a time. I mentioned Sartre, but there was Albert Schweitzer, man of medicine, working for Negroes in Africa. He was awarded Nobel. He rejected it. Why? Because patients were many and he could not go to Sweden. Such learned people are there. And I could mention another one, Saramago, the novelist from Portugal, was given the no, award. And then his government had written a letter to the committee. He is a communist, don't give him the award. And still the award was given. The first statement I have learned by heart because I saw myself reflected in his speech. See, the man is speaking from the world stage and he says, ladies and gentlemen, I have met only two wise persons upon this earth who had never read any book in their life. Who had never read any book in their life because they could not read and write. Portugal. And they were my grandparents. Because my mother and father were daily wage earners, they could not take the baby, me, to the farm. So they had left me with my grandparents. And when I joined the school, primary school, one day it was snowing. And whatever was good cloth was there, it was on my body. And what was tattered on their body. It was snowing and they were living in the tin roof only, small hut, tin only. And because it was snowing terribly, they were growing pigs and selling pigs and earning money. So they opened the door. I saw they were getting in the small babies of the pigs so that they may not die. And early in the morning I got up. Whatever tattered cloth covering was there was on the body of the pigs. And these two old people had nothing on their body. I wonder how did they survive this deadly cold. And the smile I saw on their face, I had never forgotten. And as a novelist, I have not succeeded in catching that smile in my words. That is why I am a novelist. Show me any rural writer. Show me any Gramin writer, third-class copiers of Brahmins. I had challenged this. You know, what is that? Kolata Sapur. That book is there. Atmakathan. Kolata Sapur. I challenged it in China. I was invited there. I said, we have narratives, auto-narratives. Have we the correct words? My friends, you start your movement from thinking of correct words. Atma Kathan. If Atma is not there, where is Kathan? Self. SHELF. Or SELF. Your Atma is killed. And still you say Atma Kathan proudly. Who is the narrator? Mouthpiece. You are only the mouthpiece. You are the agent. I have called Nemade the good Vedic agent. Jnanpith Award winner. I have dedicated a book to him also earlier when I thought that he is the honest man. And when I found that he is a very dishonest agent of traditionalists, I slaughtered him. My friends, this is not personal. This is public. Somebody should know because Atma Kathana, Atma Charitra, these are artificial words that I came to know in China. One Canadian theorist, science professor. See here, science professor has done a good service to literature also. I will tell you many examples, hundreds. She told that these words are deceptive. Photography is more honest than autobiography. Photography is more honest than autobiography. Because camera is not faithless. Autobiographer can go tell lies. And Atma Kathan, that lady has coined the term biotext. Bio because Jeev. Your life is there. And that text of that life is biotext, scientific attitude to personal writing. Have we developed it? No, half lie. So, I told there, and Yashwant Manohar appreciated, in Kolata Sapur, the narrator is telling that Jagtap, his mother was a keep in that rich man's house. Okay, you use 1,000 abusive words about Marathas, I don't mind. But show me the man that when the Kolatin dances, she must sing a line. She cannot be Kolatin unless she sings a line. And the rhythm in the heart, blood of the Marathi man, all castes. When the dholki goes on, throbbing is there. If the blood doesn't throb, he is not a Maharashtrian. Then why should we call this book Marathi book? It is not a Marathi book. It is agents writing mouthpiece of some agency, elite agency, publisher. So in America, one boy did PhD scientifically. Without reading the writer's book, first he studied who is the publisher. What is publisher standing? What is a critics lobby? Critics lobby. So this is called collective production. And in science, there was one Professor Soker, professor of physics in Europe. He was fed up with the ignorance of these literature men. They are very proud of language, fluency, this and that. He played a trick. Many tricks have carried out experiments, remember. Your experiments are born of mistakes. He selected one paragraph on physics, one paragraph on chemistry, another from other science, and mixed them with theory of literature, and published 3 articles. This is my postmodern theory. What had he done? Only collecting the pieces and arranging them. And in Europe, they really claimed that this is really a postmodern theory, postmodern. And it was discussed, and finally he declared, I had done nothing, you madmen, I have only rearranged the things. Ricardo was a man in Europe, Ricardo. And Ricardo had to Russia. He had been to Russia. He collected folk tales. And folk tales, introduction he wrote, these are the experimental stories written by my friend. He is no more now, and we are dedicating this book to my friend. And it became the first experimental story book in Europe. Originally they were, he changed them only names, experimental. So my friends, there are a lot of references which I can go. I will want to show only one sample to you. Once I had written the article in international conference. Like you scientists, we also experiment, please note it. This is not imaginary work. Science, you know, compare the definition of scientist and artist in Marathi. Third class, man of genius. Give me 2 kilos genius, I will purchase it. Where is genius? These are called myth-making industry. And I want to classify now and then go ahead. I classify Indian intellectuals in 3 categories, 4. Number 1, who are the products of local education, totally impotent. Those who are from outside the state, but coming to you and writing about your people, 20% emancipated, 20% free. Those who go abroad and have education training there, they are rather more bold, their terminology changes, and they are something like 40% impotency remains there. They are afraid of their own people also sometimes. But see the title of Vinay Lal. Lal is the name perhaps Kshatriya, I think. From writing I can judge your caste. Government of Maharashtra had appointed a committee to grant the grant for publication books. I was a member of the committee. You have not to put the name, but your language, your way of presentation, references shows to which class you belong. In Hong Kong, you know, Leiden University, I was only from Gully. 5 teachers were from Delhi, scholars. I was only from Gully Lane. And there they were speaking like anything. They belonged to certain group. And I got irritated. There was Jaydev, who was absent there, and my name was suggested by German scholar, Harder. And I forgot to mention how science people and researchers have to work. That boy had written, he came to me and started speaking, Patil Sahab Namaskar. Marathi, he was doing PhD here. Good work is done by foreigners here about our gods, about our castes. And Dalits, better work is done by them. Rosalind O'Hanlon, Satyashodhak Samaj Chalvali, Gail Omet, Ambedkarite movement. Is there any scholar who works on this light? I have the thesis from South also, non-Brahmin movement from South. Very different. My friends, we have to understand whole country in this context. The Rosalind's book, I refer to Shivaji's coronation, he has said, this was not Rajyabhishek, this was coronation. I have not used the word coronation, Rajyabhishek. Abhishek means Brahman. Why? Coronation is Samarambha, secular. This was Takta Svikara Samarambha. So we have to begin from the words itself in sociology or any sciences. I have to close now. There in Holland, One Vaidya was a professor, and Jaydev's book was condemning whole Hindi. He was a professor of English, very good comparatives, and he had explored like me. These are thieves. These are not great writers. These are copiers, like Pula Deshpande. Copy of copy, copy of copy. You know that girl has written, Pula Deshpande has no right to use the word tamasha because the art belongs to certain caste. And Pula is a Brahmin. And today a book has appeared. Someone read that book in Marathi. It's very simple book. Pula Deshpande'anche Brahmanya. One beautiful interpretation. Why does he make fun of women? Why does he make fun of leftists? Certain castes, others. And why doesn't he comment on Savarkar and others? Hindutwadi. Exposed totally. Mense, Sanjay Mense, advocate from Pune, recently published. I am not exploiting your attention and patience. My friends, see, internationally, we are present everywhere. And we are caste conscious, we are personality conscious, our culture conscious, everything. So, a Negro boy has coined the word exocultural. I coined the word exocaste, out of caste. Su Shei Mi has developed the theory. Is there theorist amongst us? Racialization of literature. Whole literature is racialized, Vansha, black and white. I have changed it and adopted it as castealization. In dictionary you don't find many words. Imageology is a separate paper. Curriculum they started, they went to the Vice Chancellor, they made a statement with men like us. Why this book of certain writer is there in the curriculum for 20 years? What my boy is going to learn? Give in writing. What kind of training you are giving? What kind of personality will be developed? This is called terrible curriculum movement in Europe. And that is why scientific attitude is there. My friends, you social sciences, I request you, there are not one page on Brahminization, Kshatriyization, German boy writes Kshatriyization. And Dava Poddar, the learned Maha Mohopadhyay, had to beg pardon of Sumit Guha from Australia. And he had written an article. Do Marathas remember, Maratha means not caste, whole Maharashtra. Do Marathas remember Vijayanagar? And Shivaji's name is not given by God. The foolish people say, there was Shivarai, the great emperor of Vijayanagar. Drama was born there, Marathi. And they say Vishnudas Bhavi is the father of modern drama. What history is taught in the classroom? What science is taught in the classroom? And that is why, my friends, there are thousands of references which I have taken down. Here is the article by Chinese. He came to Hyderabad, Mysore. There was International Congress. And I wrote an article, The Bell in Indian Novel. Such topic never dealt with. First objection was, is this the literary topic? Because literature is pure art. Don't bring politics in it. I said literature itself is a politics. Here see the title of the book, Chinese Man. He has instituted chair of comparative literature in Hong Kong. I had been to Hong Kong also, very good learned man. And please check the reference, how your Chandrapur was born. Chandrapur. And he compares Chandrapur with Hyderabad. He compares the same name or other name in other countries, China, all over the world. And the title is given, Knowing One's Place. Knowing one's place. Do we know our place? Name of my village. I did not know that our name was like this and forefathers were fighters. And there, see how in our genes, whatever we have learned, it runs. That I came to know, otherwise I was restless sometimes. Why I am not very soft like a Brahmin? If I use a polite language, if I am not aggressive, I will get promotion. They will appoint me. They kicked out me from Maharashtra. Why? I was thinking, sir. I was thinking, no, I am theorizing, not joking. Experience is the best teacher. I have made a statement. I got the meaning, reply in Holland, Leiden University, and I had kicked that Vaidya because he was talking about the man who was not present. And I stood up and said, sorry, don't talk about that man. I am present here to defend him. You are a novelist, but you don't know anything. You are copiers of Western literature. Direct attack. And his book was not published by Hindi lobby. because publishers are not learned. They are businessmen and they don't want opposition. That is called aesthetics of opposition. I have coined the word. You know, Arun Prabha Mukherjee teaching Madras product, or I don't know, Calcutta. She is teaching in Canada, invited in Goa. Luckily, we had very good foreigners in Goa. They came to us. Once a boy came, John Agard, a poet. He said, Dr. Pathy, I want to perform my poetry. Strange experiences we have to. And Sanjay Subramaniam is the topmost historian in the world today. First award is given to him. What is the title of his book? Is Indian Civilization a Myth? Have you courage? Bharatiya Samskruti ek Puran hai ka? Title. And Vinay Lal's title is History of History, Politics and Scholarship in India. History and politics in India. There is no history. History is India is naked without history. So my friends, there I had kicked that man. It was real fight. And lunch break was there. I was alone because Delhi Walas were together. I was Delhi Wala alone, climbing up the stair. There were many ladies and gentlemen knowing Indian languages. They wanted to bring out a book. And one girl, Belgium girl, says to others, in Hindi, look, that warrior is going up. How did she know that my father was a martial race? So it is in your genes, it is in your words, it is in your ideology. And we should be determined by ideology, advanced knowledge, and unless we connect like Ambedkar and Punjab Rao with foreign countries, we are frogs in the pond. Otherwise, we are not neither scientists nor sociologists. And one name, because of Buddha, Max Weber has written a book. You will be surprised. In Delhi, that lady, I was visiting professor, at 3 times she said, Dr. Patil, you appear to be rustic. I said, yes, I am a rustic. You are rustic. Rustic means gounder. Appearance simple one, dress simple. How is it that first we think that this is a man who is dropping names only? Title of the book, Showman. But when you discuss the book in detail, we are surprised. How did you develop your memory? At this age, how do you remember these titles, so many hundreds of titles? I said, my memory was improved by my cow and buffalo. You don't get it? Cow and buffalo. Because early in the morning, my grandmother, who survived for 105 years, I have written a novel on her, and she asked me, yes, eat something, rice and curd, and go to tend the buffalo and cow. Every morning I had to go. I had to learn by heart poems and words in English. Lot of time. So they improved my English. That is my secret. So my friend, I am not a borrower, neither a borrower be, nor a lender be. Shakespeare says. And that is why I, with your kind permission, I don't want to torture you more. Lot of material is there. So invite me again. I will be enthusiastic as I am. And thank you very much for giving me this great honor. I will sing the Doha. Once I was invited, I close up with your award. Coincidences are many. Really, documentaries started in my brain. How I translated Punjab Rao's thesis, what obstacles were there. We printed our own hardbound copy in Kolhapur because these corrupt people had not published it correctly. Now these fools have published a book, Dharma Mimamsa. That book is not a Dharma Mimamsa. I want to write a letter to the chairman. All Marathas are more important intellectually. Nonsensical articles are written on Punjab Rao. Madam, that thesis published in 1933 is republished in forgotten books. See the website. And they say this is our British heritage. Acknowledged all over the world. And not in Maharashtra. Why? It is a comparative study of religions. All religions in the world. 6 languages he knew. That fellow. Nobody knows it. And I spent 5 years. And your Sanskrit Vidyapit librarian got 3 lakh rupees from government of Maharashtra, removed all quotations from the original text, and published it as translation, wrong translation. Vedic Vangmayatil Dharmasa Udayan Vikas. Did his father give birth to religion? Nonsensical translation. And Vidarbha silent. I spent 5 years, Greek, Latin, French, German, quotations. Lot of time I had to spend. But I completed it. And yesterday I received the call because of your invitation also. We want your interview for 5 minutes on Punjab Rao Deshmukh, Nashik Radio. Why not Kolhapur and why not other? So there are many, many complications and we have to survive these obstacles. My friends, I was invited by Shivaji University. See my bad luck. And still you recognize. Somras Saab, thank you very much for recognizing me and inviting. No, good man. समरसतावादी असणारे असतात ते नको असतात मला. समरसतावादी. That is good because it has got great history. And brave people only have this. Otherwise, he will take it as an insult. No. So here, I was invited. See, I received a letter. Dr. Anand Patil, we have the series of lectures on Tukaram, Sant Tukaram. And you accept the invitation. One college will arrange lecture. A college where my own student, past student was principal, did not recognize me because my name was A.B. Patil only. And doctor and this writing nobody knows in Maharashtra. He telephoned immediately Ahu Salunke. You know, the man who has written a book on Vidrohi Tukaram. Who is this Anand Patil? He says, I don't know. Anand Patil, Haribhakta Parayan, I do not know. Haribhakta Parayan. Might be somebody from Pune or somewhere, I don't know. He said, you have to come, otherwise our lecture series will fail. Who is this fellow? I do not know. Dr. Anand Patil, new PhD might be. He invited him and then he telephoned registrar. He said, I think that he is a man from Goa. What has he to do? He is a teacher of English. How can he speak on Tukaram? That was challenge. When I went there, Salunke was also present, and there I did a trick. I want to deliver a lecture on Tukaram, but it is a cultural comparative study. Another son who was illiterate, Sarvadnya they call in Karnataka. Sarvadnya means he knows everything, illiterate. And he had half-naked man, wandered, and he sang 3 lines only, Tripadi. One professor has given me, presented the book, Tripadi. He had translated them in English, I don't know Kannada. And another Hindi, Kabira. So I started, was there mobile facility in those days to contact each other so that they wrote similar structures? That time I used the first song, that is Kabira Khada Bazar Mein, Liya Lukate Aat. And Tukaram says, देवाची तो खून आला ज्याच्या घरा त्याच्या पडे चिरा संसाराशी. He says, leave your house, destroy your own thing and come. This fellow says, देवाची तो खून येई ज्याच्या घरा त्याच्या पडे चिरा संसाराशी. And that man also says, you want to become a saint or good man, blow your house. Was there any facility? Why are these similarity? Out of what structure they are born? Kabira says, Sanskrit, that is Koop Jala. Sanskrit is a Koop. Koop means vihiritla, dabkyatla pani. Bhasa Bahata Nira. Bhasa means Lok Bhasha. Bahata Nira. Our Eknath says, Sanskrit deve keli. Marathi काय चोरापासून आली. अरे रेडे बैल गाढवं सुद्धा श्रम करून जगतात. तुम्ही फुकटचं दूध भात आणि तूप लोणी खात पोट वाढवता. He wrote about Brahmins. So this is rebellion. And this thesis is done by Notak, Christian Lee Notak, a boy, foreigner, on Namdev. Title, see the title, if the professor of Marathi understands it, I will really honor him. Public memory. Public memory, history, bhakti, Namdev, and secular tradition in India. See how one author is studied. So my friends, I have done injustice to your sciences, but Weber I forgot, Weber's book, Religions in India and Buddhism. There he says, I have found many good things in India, but there is a famine of reason. Reason means talent. बुद्धीचा दुष्काळ सोडला तर भारतात बऱ्याच बाबी चांगल्या आहेत. And this barrister says, important intellectuals are born in India. So we have to take care of all this and we have to become interdisciplinary in this way. And it was Bertrand Russell, I say, he said, why I am not a Christian? There are 5 books in India now, why I am not Hindu? A shepherd boy, Elia Kancha, in Tamil Nadu, had written the book, why I am not a Hindu? Second book has come in Marathi. Vandana Sonalkar, who had married a Brahmin girl, married, good writer, sociologist, Parav, poet. Her book is Me Hindu Ka Nahi. So this is called new knowledge, new awareness, and I hope, I really congratulate you from the bottom of my heart for organizing such a novel attempt for the first time. Please note my name is Anand. I delivered a lecture in refresher course, and one lady teacher of English in Marathwada University was proposed to vote of thanks. She said, Anandi Anand Dagade. मी पुढं म्हटलं हानी दगडे इकडे तिकडे. Thank you.
I must say that I should really thank the organizers for giving this intellectual bonanza. Actually, sir, you have not done injustice. You have truly done the justice. You have opened up our minds and made us think that we should come out of our intellectual impotency and march towards being awakened. That is what all Buddha says about that I am awakened. So I request each one of you sitting here to light up that Buddha in yourself and march towards being awakened. And on this note, I, Dr. Archana Meshram, take your leave and call upon Dr. Gogle sir for proposing formal vote of thanks. Yes, we have Dr. Sanamne sir also with us. So I request Gogle sir to please welcome him. Sir, bas sir. We have Sonamne sir, Director of VNIT. Sorry sir, Professor from VNIT. Welcome sir. Sir, can we have few words from you as well, because I guess you will chair the first technical session. Okay, so we are moving on towards the technical sessions now, and sir is going to chair the first technical session. And we are done with the inauguration part. So Gogle sir, can we have a formal vote of thanks for the inauguration part, or are you going to deliver it after technical session? Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah. So, good afternoon, dear audience. So, I have been invited for a technical session, and the first plenary lecture is some course of now कौन देना है पहले सुधाकर कुमार स्वामी अच्छा so first plenary session will be delivered by Orleo Wilbur in an online mode, so I invite Dr. Wilbur to deliver his online talk in this technical session 1.
Yeah, I know presentation. Hello, good afternoon.
Somkor sir, say Dr. Arlio Wilbur is ready with this
Yes,
presentation.
I am ready. Thank you.
Hello.
Oh, you want me to start now? Okay, so namaste, good afternoon. I am Aurelio Vilmar, and I am from the University of the Philippines, Cebu. And I was so happy that I went to India before, and I met Dr. Murali and Dr. Vinyanad in one international conference in Kolhapur. And very nice to see wonderful men and women in India, and it really changed my points of view of how beautiful India is. Now, I listened to the presentation of Dr. Anand Patel, and I love what he said. He said that our drama shall be revolutionized. I really appreciate his conviction in his presentation this afternoon. Now, in the Philippines, Ramayana and Mahabharata are mandatory readings. I teach students on how to appreciate Ramayana and Mahabharata, and we also study the poetry of your Indian poet Rabindranath Tagore. Also, one of the many things we learn in India is the story of Savitri, and this is from the Mahabharata. So learning Indian culture is part of the Philippine curriculum. Now, in this research, I'd like to share to you how did we do hybrid service learning to help the public school teachers in my country. Now, this place has this very beautiful waterfall. Now, when we planned, the supervisor of this place, supervisor means like the head of the many principals in this certain district, she requested to have a teacher training on how to do an action research. And we had this wonderful plan to do it in December 2021. When everybody was ready, suddenly we had this great typhoon in the Philippines last December 2021. And because of that, it was canceled. we could not hold our coaching of teachers on how to do an action research. So the best solution was to make it hybrid service learning. In this way, my graduate students volunteered to coach the teachers from the Department of Education or public school on how to make their action research. Now, my class at that time was about materials production. The goal of the course was to create instructional materials appropriate for reading, English reading remedial program. And I asked my students if, were you willing to volunteer to help the public school teachers on how to make an action research? All of them said yes, and our coaching was done hybrid, online and face-to-face. So in terms of technologies, we were using Zoom, Google Docs, Google Meets, and Facebook Messenger. The goal here was my graduate students coached the public school teachers on how to make an action research. And that action research was related to the reading remedial program. So, which means online hybrid service learning, a combination of face-to-face, and you can see the public school teachers with my graduate students and our Zoom meeting. Again, that the goal of the public school teachers was to create an action research, and that action research is responding the reading remedial lesson of their children. Now, in this way, aside from learning English, we also wanted to coach the public school teachers on how to include sustainability as the content of their reading remedial. So this is one example of a dying river. And in the story here is about the river is dying and people had to do something. So instead of reading anything in my English class, these students would be reading about sustainability, which was about the river. Here were the research questions I conducted, or I did. First question was, I wanted to know what was the impact of the hybrid service learning on my graduate students, or we call them the volunteers, in terms of course content, personal growth, and public service. Now, I used the framework of Ash and Clayton because according to their framework, students who volunteer have better personal growth, academic learning, and civic learning. According to many studies, students who volunteer have higher grades than those who never volunteered at all. And these students have better problem-solving skills. And I also wanted to know, how did the coaching of my graduate students impact the public school teachers in terms of their making their action research? Methodology, I was using descriptive design, highly qualitative, using interviews, reflections, and focus group discussion. Now, aside from these, I was using the IPARD instructional design, which stands for investigation, planning, action, reflection, and demonstration. In the investigation stage, instead of meeting December because we had this great typhoon, and by the way, for 1 month, we never had electricity. For 1 month, we never had water in my place. So we conducted that on April 2022. And we met the teachers, and most of them said, we wanted to learn more on how to do research. And as part of the plan, after April, when I started my classes last June, July, and August, I asked them, let's do the volunteerism now. So, in my classes, these public school teachers, these were some examples. This is Elizabeth and Grace. We met on Zoom, and after we met in Zoom, we had another face-to-face discussion on how to do the research. So this is Heidi, and I want to know if you can hear her voice. May I know if you can hear her voice? Yes? Can you hear her voice?
Yes, yes. Wilbur, your voice is not more clear.
Your voice is not clear. Okay. Well, the whole point here is that this is High B. High B was coaching teachers in how to do a very good reading program, and she helped them by teaching how to get the readability. Now, another student is Frankie. Frankie was discussing how to use Canva, a free open source type of layout and editing software in which they met online and they collaborated on how to use technology. And finally, this is Z. Z is also a very good artist. She was coaching the teachers on how to design reading program or reading remedial, especially in the drawing part. Now, this is an example of Canva. They use this technology to do collaborative writing. And one example of sustainability here was about cultural diversity. They made a story about a Muslim friend. Now, in the Philippines, we're very multicultural. There are Muslims and there are Christians and other religions. This is an example of a Filipina, as a person from the Philippines, can also have a friend who's a Muslim. Especially in some places in the Philippines, some area do not have a Muslim person. So here is an example of a Christian and a Muslim can be friends, just like in India. This is also another reading text. This is a story, this is a legendary story. So this is our version of Savitri of the Mahabharata. And we use her story as a way to learn vocabulary. So in the Philippines, a lot of girls always appreciate Wonder Woman. So instead of appreciating Wonder Woman, a Hollywood person, why not use our own legendary people? And one of that is King Yon. After reading the short story, the poetry, they would be answering these questions, and this is about reading comprehension. Another one is about the environment. So after they read about the river, they are going to apply words like improper, unhappy, discouraged, and hazardous. So this is an example of teaching prefix and suffix using the environment as a text. By the way, the teachers we were helping here were grade 4 and grade 5 and grade 6 teachers. So the examples here are appropriate for a grade 4 or grade 5 or a grade 6 student. Now we asked them, how do you feel about the face-to-face coaching? And the teachers said, oh, they like it because of the immediate feedback. The moment they saw their coach and they see them face-to-face, they would say, sometimes there are advantages, like instead of giving it as an assignment of a task, they do it face-to-face and the feedbacking was very, very spontaneous. Now we also asked the teachers, how do you feel that your grade 4 students or elementary children were now reading stories about the environment and global warming? And the teacher said, it's very nice for the children to start them young in learning about gender equality and cultural diversity. From their point of view, instead of learning anything in English, they would say it's a lot better because they learn about environmental conservation aside from learning English in this context. Now, part of this research determines if are these materials reliable and valid. So all the reading programs that they created, including the materials and the syllabus, underwent experts evaluation. So there were 3 experts who evaluated the material, and for grades 5, they get 4.75 out of 5, which is near excellence, and grade 6 get 4.88 over 5. Again, both received a very high passing grade. And according to the experts, they said the kind of material was appropriate for their level. And one expert said, it's a very refreshing idea that girls can learn empowerment even at 10 years. After making all these materials, the materials underwent pilot tests. There were 15 grade 5 students and 15 grade 6 students who used these materials. After they used the materials, they had qualitative evaluation on how do they feel about reading the booklets or the materials. The children said, I like reading the booklet. I like the topic. I learned that girls and boys can do wonderful things, and I want to keep the booklet. When we conducted this research, this happened during the pandemic. And during the pandemic, everything was done on printed module. There were no face-to-face classes. And For them, this type of materials can really be very beneficial to them because of the colors. Children love colors, and the moment they read the materials with colors, they think they like it better. Now, here are the answers to the research questions. Based on the reflections, semi-structured interviews, and anonymous evaluation, all the graduate students said it developed their active transfer of knowledge and the use of sustainability in the content. One student said, we applied the course knowledge through production, adaptation, and evaluation of learning materials to our public school teacher partners. For them, they said, because we are sharing our knowledge to the public school teachers, we have to study more and more. In this way, once we know the content, we become more confident with how to share them to the public school teachers. Almost all students said it developed resilience, patience, and understanding. One of my graduate students said, due to unforeseen circumstances that hindered us from conducting in-person engagement, time constraints, it made them more patient. And something really happened during this research. We were supposed to go to the place with the public school teachers, but suddenly something happened. There was another epidemic. There was a typhoid fever in that place, and we could not go there. So instead of we going to the province where the public school teachers were staying, they were the one who went to my university. In this way, there was more impactful connection. And my graduate student said it developed public service because one said, you begin to realize how beautiful it is to be people, to be human, and to be pure of heart, and how it feels good to do something worthy without thinking of any form of reward. And this is the beautiful impact of the experience of my students. They were learning because they had a purpose, and that purpose was to help the public school teachers. On the other hand, the public school teachers said they learned and appreciated doing an action research. One teacher said, I thought conducting research was too intimidating, but the volunteers coached us in every step we took, and I felt I could do it. Another teacher or public school teacher said, it's very inspiring to experience being coached by University of the Philippines volunteers. I am motivated to finish this research and for my personal master's thesis. These narratives, these reflections really show there was reciprocity in learning. Unlike other research that it's the people who volunteer, who serve, are the ones really like of power. But in this case, both the students, my students, and the public school teachers benefited from each other. They learned from each other, and this is the beautiful impact of service learning. And finally, another good thing happened. This is the principal of the public school that we help, and her research was presented in the Association of Graduate Education Regional Conference. And it felt really good that the research that we helped them was accepted in a regional context. That really validates that the processes which were of high quality. And the technologies really made an impact on us. We use Zoom, Canva, Google Meets, and Facebook Messenger. Those technologies help sustain all this volunteerism during the calamities. Thank you very much, Dhanyavad. Thank you.
Somkor sir,
Yes, yeah, I'm done with the presentation, sir. Okay, thank you very much.
okay, thank you so much, Dr. Ailo Wilbur from Philippines. You talked a wonderful way. Really, it was inspiring to us also. Thank you so much on behalf of conference committee.
Now I request Dr. Sonone sir, NIT Nagpur, to please
So, the next plenary session, which will be delivered by Dr. Sudhakar Kumar Swami, his topic will be sustainable approaches and pathways for cleaner environment. So I will request Dr. Sudhakar Kumar Swami ji to start his address. Thank you.
For staying here on this August vacation, and let me share my screen. I hope you can see my presentation. Yeah, the topic is sustainable approaches and pathway for cleaner environment. So I'll start with a small saying. It's a famous Tamil poet saying, which is Yadum Ure Yavaram Keli. It is written by a Tamil philosopher, Kaniyan Pugandanar, way back in 6th century BC. The translation is something like this: all places on earth are our town, and all the people are our relatives. So this is a kind of social message which I would like to give to all the audience who are here. When we talk about sustainability, it is nothing but ability to exist and grow without affecting the natural resources. So that is what the definition is all about. So if you talk about sustainability, it's all about environment, it's all about people, it's all about community. So everything is coming into picture. So in order to achieve sustainability, we need to be in coexistence with the mother nature. So that's what I want to say. And at the same time, it can be achieved only with the support of people across the globe. So this cannot be done by one person. It needs activity from the global community. As far as the global problems are concerned, I would like to list down these problems. Of course, it's known to all of us: energy, clean water, food, environment, population, disease, war, poverty, education, land. So these are all the global problems. As engineers, scientists, and technologists, social science, we have these problems, and this needs a solution. And this solution is very complicated because human is known for providing problems, but he's not good at solution. The solution is actually for these kind of complex problems, we need a solution which is more of interdisciplinary, which needs collective action and also needs a collective approach of all the stakeholders. So that's why education can play a very important role in addressing all these problems. So if you see this current crisis, energy, water, food is becoming a bigger threat. Of course, climate change and all is another bigger problem. It's a global problem. And for global problem, we cannot have a local solution. It needs it's a big solution, and it has to come from the global community. Since we are all interconnected, we have seen the experience of COVID-19, where there was a disease which spread across the globe. So it closely indicates that we are all interconnected, and a problem which happens in one part of the world, it affects the other part of the world. Similarly, you can take an example of Russian war invasion. So there also you can see the food crisis, energy crisis, all interrelated. So with this, what I want to say is all these problems can be addressed only by collective actions, because most of these problems are coming because of the unequal distribution of the natural resources. The natural resources across the world is not uniform. We have some resources, some other countries having other resources. So many other countries are having resources which are totally unequally distributed. So it's the right time that we need to think about sustainable living. We need to talk about sustainability, how to make our future generation more sustainable, more comfortable. So for that, we need to have some solutions. So let us go into the solution. Of course, climate change, this we are hearing from our childhood. More than 20 years, 30 years of time, everybody is talking about climate change, carbon emission. After industrial era, the amount of carbon dioxide which is added into the atmosphere, it keeps on increasing. As of October 2022, the carbon emission is around 415 ppm, which is parts per million, which has already exceeded the maximum limit. We no other way. We need to either adapt it or we need to control it. We have to mitigate it. We have to find some other solution. And the solution is needed because climate change is not a problem of one nation. It's a problem of the whole world. And the most affected countries will be the vulnerable countries, which are very small islands, which are having densely populated countries like India, China. So these are all the nations which may get more affected because there may be a lot of issues in growing our own food. There will be a lot of issues in farming. There will be a lot of, this will create a lot of imbalance in the country because with a very densely populated country, there will be severe shortage of water, food and energy resources. You can see a lot of problem within India itself. You take an example of a small state, can take example of Tamil Nadu or Karnataka or any other small neighboring states. There will be a lot of issues because of sharing of water resources, sharing of food resources, sharing of all these things are happening. So this is all we need to actually collective actions, collective efforts. We need to have a kind of a holistic solution. So that solution cannot come by just one overnight, but it's a global solution. We need to think about it. And you know, the effect of climate change is so many things. Starts from deforestation, pollution, increasing population, drought, flood, land degradation, malnutrition, hunger. So you will find so many problems across the world. One of the main issue is increasing population. So population like country like China, India is suffering a lot because these countries with dense population, they will find lot of social issues. Not only social issues, cultural issues. They will find energy scarcity issues. They will find water scarcity issues, poverty issues, unemployment issues. All these things are going to create a problem because when you don't produce food, what will happen? Naturally, people will die out of hunger. That's all interconnected actually. So there is only one way of solving it is providing access to energy, providing access to water, providing access to food for all the people is the very important necessity that cannot come just by overnight. We need to think about a holistic solution. That's what I keep on saying. So sustainability has to be taught at the school level, at the college level, and we need to start living sustainably. And we need to promote so many actions, sustainable actions. So let me give all the sustainable actions which we can practice in day-to-day life. Hari, silence. So we have the UN Sustainable Development Goals, around 17 goals. It's all interconnected goals. Starts with no poverty, zero hunger, good health, quality education, gender equality, sanitation, clean energy, the decent workplace, industry, infrastructure, reduced inequalities, sustainable communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, justice, and peace, partnerships. So these are all the goals, but if you see these goals all are interconnected, and these goals are to be achieved by the end of 2030, but we are running out of time. We are already in 2022 end, so we have only a few years left, but how much we will be able to achieve all these goals, it's a big challenge. So that's why I say educational institutions have to play a very important role. Teachers have to play an important role in educating the people. Some of our children's, our students are not getting a holistic approach of growth. So this is the time where we need to talk more about sustainability and sustainable growth and sustainable future. So here I'm going to touch upon a few important topics where everybody, each one of us have to contribute. So one will be sustainable farming. As I said, India is a big agricultural nation, and providing food for all these people is definitely going to be a bigger challenge. And a lot of farmer crisis in India. It's well known. Punjab, you can see there are a lot of issues related to farming, and even burning the agro residues in the agricultural field is becoming a problem. It's creating pollution in Punjab, Haryana, and Delhi. So these kind of activities are all happening. So we need to find a solution for that. So sustainable farming can give us sustainable transport. Where as humankind, we are more into mobility. So mobility has to be more sustainable. So either by road or ocean or by land, all these activities has to be made sustainable. And the place where we live and the place where we work has to be made sustainable. So therefore, in future building, the construction should be much more conducive, and sustainable cities. The growth of the cities itself should be made sustainable, and the products which we use in our day-to-day life also should be sustainable. And the one which we wear, the fashion, the clothing, the apparels, and other things which we use in our day-to-day life also to be sustainable. So let me quickly give into these concepts which actually can contribute to the sustainable growth. It starts with sustainable products. If you can see this kind of products coming from the nature-inspired solution, avoiding metallic and plastic-based products, you can actually go for this bamboo-based material, which can be used, or it can be from the nature-inspired solutions, from the leaves. We can have plates, we can have cups, all these things. So these kind of products which coming from the nature has to be used a lot instead of all the conventional metallic-based systems, because the resources are very limited. Since the resources are very limited, I'm talking about metallic or non-metallic or any other resources which are actually having a lot of impact. So now we need to think back and go and practice our ancient way of living, and not directly going to the primitive way, but modernizing to the current context of development. So that's what needed. So we need to take lessons from our past history and adapt to the latest trend. So these kind of products should be made more marketable, more useful to the people. So this is one thing. Sustainable farming, a lot of harvesting practices. I said I talked about harvesting, use of organic fertilizers, use of multi-cropping systems, and since there is a rainfall is not proper, since climate change is happening, and because of that the rainfall and other things are not regular. So we need to come up with some kind of sustainable farming approach. So these are some of the options we have. We can do crop rotation, we can do cover crops, soil enrichment, natural pest predators to stop the predators. We can also go for bio-intensive pest management system. We can go for agroforestry and better water management. And these days we are also talking about agrivoltaics and so many things. The energy and agriculture, all these things are coming together. So we need to adapt for the sustainable farming practices, because this will help us to produce enough food. Food is a major challenge, and for feeding to the billions of people, we need a lot of innovations in the agricultural sector. And then sustainable fashion. These days, the youngsters, youths are prone to wear different types of fashionable dress, clothing, and this keeps on changing, and people don't reuse the materials, and it's all like one-time use products when we are purchasing, but it's a time we need to think about circularity in our clothes, circularity in the way we dress, circularity in the way we use these products. So for that, conscious fashion is needed. We need to try to reuse and recycle the clothing system, and it should be used from eco-friendly material, and also it should not have a cruel impact on the environment. So these are all the aspects which we need to see. So for that, there are 6 criteria. We need to avoid the plastic and packaging waste material and try to use a natural dyeing material, because most of the cloths needs a dye, which is made up of chemical dye. So it's a time to think about nature-inspired organic-based dye, and the production of this process itself should be made sustainable, because this process may use a lot of water, a lot of chemicals, a lot of energy. So this has to be optimized, and we need to ensure the carbon neutrality of the manufacturing process of this of the cloths itself. So this is one area where we need to think about. These are some examples of sustainable clothing, and I think I understand there is a lot of socio-cultural issues coming into picture, but when you talk about multiculturalism, and today the world is going in a different era, and though of course our social and cultural aspect to be preserved, but we need to go with the trend, and we need to go with the modern ideas also. At the same time, we need to preserve our ancient. So we need to balance the things actually. That's what sustainability is all about. So one way of doing is coming up with a sustainable fashion using the naturally available material and using the style which is currently going on with the youths. So this is what actually we need to do. In transport sector, actually, a lot of things has to be done, because we are a densely populated country, and capital cities are too much crowded, and you know the mobility is becoming a big problem. Most of the cars emitting a lot of emissions, the conventional fuel, which we are using, petrol, diesel price also increasing like anything. So it's a time to come up with a sustainable way of transport. So this should address 3 aspects: societal aspects, economic aspects, and environmental aspects. How to reduce noise, how to improve the air quality, how to improve the growth, all these things. So these are related to sustainable development goals 3, 9, and 11, where we can actually help in contributing to the well-being of the people. It can contribute to the sustainable cities. So let me give what are the aspects which we can do in sustainable transport. Of course, the office space and our residential areas should be well connected, so that we don't go use our vehicle for transportation. So we try to go into the bicycle or public transport. This is one way of doing it. And the worst way of using mobility is our personal vehicle. Of course, if we are forced to use our personal vehicle, then we need to think about sustainable vehicle. Now these days, electric vehicle and so on are coming. So we need to move towards alternate vehicle system, so to reduce our carbon emissions. And then in construction, construction is something which is very important. Today we see multiplex and so many high-rise buildings, but all these buildings also uses conventional material, and because of the use of conventional material, they create lot of impact on the environment, lot of waste production, and it uses lot of land and so on. And in the construction itself, we need to use natural material, building integrated solar systems, where we can construct the building with natural material, or which can generate energy, which can actually contribute to less of impact. So with the natural kind of atmosphere, we can actually achieve so many aspects. We can improve the energy efficiency, we can improve the land efficiency, we will also have comfort efficiency, resource efficiency. All these things are achieved when we can build a kind of sustainable green building. So we need to work on these aspects. So slowly there are some few examples of sustainable building, but it has to start from a residential building. Slowly it can go to a shopping complex and multiplex. All these things can be much more sustainable. And of course, sustainable communities. Today we live in a community one. So for example, your university, your organization, it's all community-based system. So when you live in a community, we need to encourage a kind of place where everybody lives in harmony, everybody use public transport, everybody use car sharing and all this kind of concept. So this all has to be integrated in our society. So this is one way of doing that, so which it can have a social well-being. It helps in improving the quality of life. It can contribute to the less of environmental impact and all. So this is one area: sustainable communities, sustainable cities. We live in an era where there will be growth of big buildings, but at the same time there will be a lot of slums. Example of Chennai, Bombay, and some parts you can see slums also one side and the cities also one side. So So this is just not giving a good harmony between these two. So we need to, why not we have a holistic way of living and provide a good shelter and good life for the people. And the urban planning is very much needed, and that's why the society grows. Rich becoming rich and poor becoming poor is not a sustainable growth. So we need to make everybody to a optimum level. That is what sustainable is all about. And providing a high quality energy in the areas in terms of renewables, providing a very good workspace, a green space, providing a community atmosphere in the campus. So these are all very much needed in the modern era. So, and at last, I would like to conclude with this small sentence. The greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else is going to save it. So it's the moral responsibility of each and every mankind to contribute to the sustainable living. And of course, with this presentation, I hope somebody would really work on this area of creating a sustainable harmony, kind of a low carbon society, a recycling community, and even a small efforts which we can do at our roof or at our home can really bring a lot of change in the community. Okay, that's all. Thank you so much for your patient listening. I'll be happy to take any questions, or please be free in touch to connect with me at any time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sudhakar Kumar Swamiji, for a wonderful talk on sustainable approach and pathway for clear environment. So I invite Dr. Aniruddha Mondal for his plenary lecture talk. Dr. Aniruddha Mondal, please.
Hello. Yes, can you listen me now? Okay, thanks. Okay, thank you. Thanks. Very much thankful to organizer, particularly Dr. Shobhas Somkudre sir. Today my main topic is on the sustainable and the renewable energy, particularly for the green environment. So for that reason, nanoscience and nanotechnology has played a very big role, an important role. In the last lecture, Professor Sudhakar sir already mentioned that what is the importance of the sustainable world, or from the now the situation and the environmental condition is now very worse. So what is the solution? The solution is in most of the cases the nanotechnology is the solution. So why nanotechnology? So here, before starting my main lecture, I'll introduce a little bit about my university. So Luleå Technical University is in northern Sweden, and here is a very cold temperature now. The temperature is around -20, -15, and here you can see here looks like this. And in summertime it looks like this. Can you see these pictures? Hello.
Yes, we can see. You can go ahead.
Okay, great. Okay. So now the next slide, why the nanoscience. What is nanoscience? So briefly speak that those structures as below the 100 nanometer or 1 to 100 nanometer is called the simple and the nanostructure material. So there are many kind of nanostructure material is present in our system, like metal oxide, polymer, carbon-based semiconductor, biomolecules based compound, and it can be dispersed in like in gaseous phase, liquid phase, like gel and colloidal system, even in the solid, and it can be also aggregated in the single particles, and we can also modify the nanoparticle or nanostructure material through the surface modification. And in case of the nano technology, or so why to the history of the nanoscience and nanotechnology, particularly it is discovered in a very earlier time, like 500 to 400 years ago, and the stained glass, and in the pottery, in steel works, and even in the particle size is described in as nanometers. So in 1959, one of the great physicists mentioned that principle of physics, as far as I can see, that do not speak against the possibility of man ordering things atom by atom. So since that, the nano research is being developed slowly, and now in the modern time, we have used this nanostructure or nanomaterials in a different field. So now why it is important, the nanostructure? The first is the different size effect, shape effect, and the most important thing is high surface to volume ratio. So particularly those are new in this area or very scientifically sound background. They can feel that that initially this box, you can see here it is the surface area is like 6 meters square. So when it becomes in a small size, or make it in a small size, the surface area becomes 12 meters square. So then if we make it a more small size, then the surface area becomes like 24 meters square. So why? So if we increase the high surface to volume ratio, then the accessibility of the surface is become high. So their reactivity in the different environment or different condition will be high. So this is the common method we are using in our daily routine, like potato. In potato in high size, for the boiling of the potato, it needs more time and more more temperature to boil it. But when we make it a very small size, like here, like high surface to volume ratio, it takes less time or minimum time to boil it. So this is the very common example or real life example to understand properly how the high surface to volume ratio is working. So now the next part, why nano is interesting. As we have mentioned earlier, that it's the high surface to volume ratio react differently. Why react differently? Because the has a more accessible surface, as well as their volume, and they interact with high light differently, and other points, and surface area and energy also. Here it is the most important, that surface atom is increase and diameter is less, then the surface atom is increased, and as well as the volume is very high, so it reacts uh, very fastly, and we get the more efficient uh, material or more efficient output in terms of energy or any other, in terms of catalysis, or in terms of solar energy, in terms of the hydrogen production, in terms of battery application. And another point is the physical structure to physical property. This is the just output of the previous parameters, like high percentage surface atom, reduce imperfections, spatial confinement. The confinement is very important terms. It comes from the classic mechanics to quantum mechanics, like confinement in 1D box, 2D box, and 3D box. So the confinement of the particle in a particular size or particular shape will give you a very uh, excellent application or excellent physiochemical properties in different environment or different areas. So what properties can we tune? Like melting points, electrical properties, particles and light, properties in quantum dot, size in like in biological structure as well. So in case of which we go for melting points, the lower melting points for nanostructure is less than 100 nanometer. So surface energy increases as surface decreases, as we have mentioned. So like electric properties as well. So those are means quite comfortable or quite familiar with these terms like metal, insulator, and semiconductor. So the band gap energy in case of metal is very less or almost nil. So the conductivity is very high, like electric properties. So in case of insulator, the band gap or the gap energy is very high. So that's why the electrical properties are very less. But in case of semiconducting material, it's the chemistry and the physics is quite different than metal and semiconducting material. So the band gap increases as particle size decreases. So in case of optical properties, it also changes as the size, shape, and composition is changing. So also then in case of particle and light, so when it if you see here that when it comes to 1x to 20x, 5,000 and 20,000, the color and the properties is totally changed as far as their different structures and the local chemical environment. So this is the photonic crystal, surface plasmonic resonance, quantum dot fluorescence. So this is the mainly three kinds of things are working mainly, and so this is the another the quantum dot application. And if we go for like as we have mentioned that when the particle size is decreases, the band gap is increases. So when the size is like semiconductor material is like 100 nanometer or 200 nanometer, the band gap difference is like that way. And when it comes to 50 nanometer, the size like it close to I mean, like quantum dot, then size is bigger than the semiconductor material, which is sized around 100 and 200 nanometer. And when it comes to more less size, like 10 nanometer, even in 2 nanometer, the size is the band gap is increased. And the application of nanostructure material in the biological science is extremely broad. So here I've mentioned some images to understand how this works mainly. And now the main part of the nanotechnological application. This is quite beautiful things and very important nowadays because still the global warming is the main issue and the main problem and we are facing because if you've seen in last 100 years history, even in India, in the different parts, even in your village, in your city, the death rate and physical health condition before 100 years ago, it was very good. But nowadays, people are suffering from many health issues like cancer, like heart disease. So what is the reason? The intrinsic and the main reason is the global warming and the pollution of the means environment. So how to reduce that pollution in a very short time period? The main contribution comes from the technology. So which technology? Nanotechnology, because we have mentioned that nanomaterials or nanostructure material or nanoparticle having good physiochemical properties like high surface to volume ratios and many other properties. So we can use that material to minimize in next 10 years, we, as the most of the world leaders, fix the target to reduce the fossil fuels and other means means toxic gases produces instrument within 2050. So from this data, you can see here that we have used the oil, coal, gas, fission, and biomass. This oil, coal are the mainly the CO2 like COX, NOx, SOx. COX stand for carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide gases, which are very toxic, and SOx for sulfur dioxide, derivative, and NOx for nitrogen base oxide derivative. So we need to reduce that toxic gases in our environment. So alternatively, what we'll get? So we'll get solar energy, wind energy, and geothermal energy, and hydroelectric method, as well as battery, as well as the hydrogen energy. These are the main instrument or main way or to reduce the pollution in our environment. So the main energy, the solar energy, hydrogen energy, mean the we say like hydrogen society, rechargeable batteries, and energy saving material, like Professor Sudhakar already mentioned. So these are the already I mentioned. And next, the what is the solar cell? The solar cell is a instrument which can absorb the light from sunlight, and we can store that light as energy, and we can use it further. So uh, why nano scale material is important? So here I have mentioned that the silicon mainly used, mainly thin film of silicon, that the size is like 1 nanometer are mostly efficient. So here you can see here the 1 nanometer size of silicon thin film is the most efficient nowadays for absorption of maximum photons. So thin films improve performance by 60% of UV rays are absorbed. So you can see here, and one is there is a advantages of solar cell is also there. So like still now we get only that less than 30% efficiency of the solar cell. So that is the main drawback of solar cell, not to use in a maximum way on maximum time, but still it is developing. So we have a target around like 50% efficiency in the next decade. So we can use it in maximum areas to reduce the pollution. So this is the quantum dot, and the plastic solar cell also use, but the issue is the plastic solar cell, there is a pollution, because once the plastic is discarded into environment, it creates some pollution in our environment. Like the dangerous thing is the microplastic. So microplastic is the next level of means toxic material in our environment. It is a silent killer. Uh, Now is another option is the wind energy. So this is the excellent energy resource and alternative energy resources without emission of any CO2 or NOx, SOx, or COX. So mainly wind energy, what is the main purpose is convert the kinetic energy into the mechanical energy, and it's generate electricity, and we can use that electricity for various purposes. And so the role of nanotechnology in wind turbines, mainly we can use different lightweight material which can be made by nanocomposite material, and energy losses like a low friction coating, nano lubricant provides means to reduce energy losses, blades, and lifetime. So nano paint we can use to increase the wind turbine lifetimes, to minimize the corrosion of the blade. And the most important and the future is hydrogen, as the many countries are working on to how to scale up the hydrogen energy, because hydrogen having highest energy density. So hydrogen economy is the future economy. In a way, hydrogen is the primary form of stored energy for mobile application and load balancing. So now the problem is with hydrogen is the production of hydrogen. It takes more energy to produce hydrogen. So there are many kinds of or many class of hydrogen is there, like blue hydrogen, white hydrogen, and green hydrogen. So now people are mainly working on to produce the green hydrogen via a greener way. So this is the greener way we have mentioned, and that hydrogen generation can be produced by electrolysis method. So that electric comes from the renewable resources like solar cell and wind energy, and we can produce hydrogen. So using that hydrogen, we can produce electricity again using the fuel cell. So there is no production of the SOx, NOx, SOx. So it is totally environment friendly method, but there is some limitation as well. Maximum scientists are working, and even I am also working on hydrogen production, how to scale up the hydrogen using very less expensive material. And this is my one of the work I have done, and it is a very important work, and we produce hydrogen a lot. This work is published in IISSS in 2018, and also we have filed the patent as well. And now the issue is with the hydrogen storage, because hydrogen is very light material and it's very dangerous, like a very fire-able material. So there is many ways to keep the hydrogen, but it is very expensive. And this is the different ways of how to keep the hydrogen in a proper way, like MOF, metal hydrides, chemical hydrides method. And another way is not to use the fossil fuel is the energy storage material, like using the supercapacitor and battery and electrochemical energy storage. And mainly in battery or in supercapacitor, there are three parts, that is the anode, cathode, and the electro and the separator. So in case of electrode, most of the cases we use the carbon base and silicon nanowire or carbon nanotube, or different nanostructured metal oxide, transition metal oxide, like vanadium oxide, manganese oxide, titanium base oxide, manganese type oxide. Still now, manganese base oxide and iron oxide, and and their composites are giving the good result in battery chemistry. And this is the most rechargeable batteries now. People are using graphite as a anode, and the silicon and the bulk silicon as well. And their combination and their nano composite makes them very efficient battery. And this is my one of the work I have done done during my research work, previous research work. And it is scalable method, and we successfully synthesized Ti2 graphene based nanocomposites, and used as a battery material, anode material. And it also now it works as a battery as well. And this is my another work for supercapacitor. It is NIS Ni3S2 interlace based material. And now is the future of the graphene base, means the nanostructure material. And here there's some target that when the nano science or nanotechnology based work will be means implemented in a very short time period. So there are some organization, they are working very hard to make it very fast into ground level. Thanks for listening. If any question, please ask me. I'll be happy to give the answer, if any, the students particularly. Hello. Yes.
Hello. Hello, Dr. Mandal. I think there is no
communication anyway. Yeah. Hello? Can you hear me, Dr. Mandal? I think he's not getting. No, I think he has closed it. Hello? My simple question is, how do you store the hydrogen and how do you transport it to other places?
Hydrogen like in ammonium chloride based salt and in solid form. So like there is some crystal places and we in at a high pressure we keep that hydrogen, but
No, how it feasible? They say how it will be feasible. You see, it is storing you said ammonia based kind of
how to
chlorides, right?
how to release the gas.
How to release the gas? That's what, and transport it from one
Okay,
place to another.
that is actually that is some cylinder we used mainly keep it in a cylinder. When we release that gas, there is some temperature control. We give some
No,
temperature.
that is more dangerous to carry with the cylinders, you know. Uh, but then, as you said rightly, that ammonia-based kind of compounds could be very good possibly, okay, because that is the way you can carry the ammonia very easily from one place to another place, and then use for your devices, okay, not the cylinders, hydrogen cylinders, okay, that is not the feasible most, okay, because that is all explosives, okay. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Sir, would you like to
So, yeah. So, I must thank the organizers, Professor Gogle and Professor Shamkuar, who has invited me as a session chair. And I suppose this is a very wonderful conference, and the subject is also very much innovative. Transdisciplinary International Conference, which is organized by IISS, Indian Indigenous Society for Sciences and Social Sciences. So I suppose immediately when we see these two stalwarts, one is what we call Jai Bhim, Dr. Ambedkar, and Namo Buddhaya, that is Bhagwan Gautam Buddha, were the two stalwarts who themselves derived this particular terminology, transdisciplinary. That means how we know what is the education of Dr. Ambedkar, but he worked transdisciplinary in a variety of aspects and given us everything. And in the same way, Bhagwan Gautam Buddha also, because if you see his particular pose and position, you know, he was always doing research and research and research, and he used to give a updesh, so-called, in a very variety of different manners, and it is transdisciplinary basically, not interdisciplinary. So discipline is something, suppose engineering is discipline. So we say all the research is interdisciplinary. Okay, but transdisciplinary knowledge कि अगर दो विधाता है या जो दो स्टॉलवर्ड्स हम लोग बोलेंगे वो दो ये हैं, भगवान गौतम बुद्ध एंड डॉक्टर बी आर अम्बेडकर, एंड इसकी ज़रूरत है. दिस इज वेरी इसेंशियल टॉपिक. एंड आई सपोज व्हेन आई हर्ड द लेक्चर ऑफ डॉक्टर पाटिल in the morning session, that very wonderful lecture he has delivered. He has given so many references. He has given us so many knowledge that how the history can be defined, demonstrated, and what history we are reading. A true analyst Okay, critical person should be critical, and how he should be critical. So that comes through a reading and various aspects of knowledge and everything. So this is very important, what we are reading and what we are getting out through it. So I suppose this particular subject topic of transdisciplinary is very important, and I congratulate the organizers for this. As far as nanotechnology is concerned, what the presenter was presenting right now, that nano, we all knows that we are just reinventing wheel, nature's wheel, again back, right? So whatever concepts and whatever principles what we are formulating, that we are just reinventing the nature's wheel back together, because hydrophobicity, super hydrophobicity, then whatever concepts and products which we are now seeing in the market is basically reinvented the nature's will back, and that is nanotechnology. And so many technologies are there, so we can interlink technology into a one form that is transdisciplinary, right? So I suppose a very good subject you peoples have brought up at this particular conference stage. So I must congratulate all the teams, and thank you very much again for inviting. I can see also very good stalwarts, Dr. Professor Gajbeh is there, Professor G.P. Meshram is there, who was a scientist, and very good people are there in the August gathering. So thank you very much once again for inviting me. Okay, thank you.
Welcome all to our technical session 2 after the lunch break. So here we have Dr. Ajay Tumane with us, who is Associate Professor in the Department of Biochemistry, University of Hyderabad, Telangana. To welcome him, I request Dr. Gogle sir to please felicitate him with the memento and the shawl. Without wasting further time, I would like to call upon stage Dr. Ajay Tumane to present his plenary talk. Please, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers, the double I triple S. When Dr. Dongre, he got in touch with me and he said that we are having a conference here, and I was really trying to understand what this conference is all about. And I was asking him on and off, saying that under what manner this conference is and how it's going to work, and what kind of work is expected here, because being a professor and a scientist, we only do science, and that's what I know mostly. Then and when I spoke to Dr. Dongre, I understood what this cause is all about, and the cause is very close to my heart also, because I have been associated doing some kind of a work for our own people, trying to make sure that the students are guided well, and try my best to guide, mentor students who really need some help. So today, because it is a transdisciplinary conference, and of course there's some science involved in it, I have tried to share some of my work which is there, which is done on science. I know it's a mixed audience, so I'll try to keep it more simple, and I'll try to make easier for people who are not from the field to understand what kind of work we are doing and what kind of science we are doing and how we are trying to help society with science. And if anybody, all the students who are gathered here and who want to do more science, understand this, they can really get in touch with me. I'm always open for that. So the title of the talk is Spice Fixed Oils, the Unexplored Storehouse of Bioactive Compounds. It looks simple as well as complex for a layman, but then spices are something which we know, which we use in kitchen every day. I think without that, the Indian cuisine is not really happening. So we have a lot of spices. Fixed oil, I'll come to the term when I get into my talk. And then storehouse of bioactive compounds, compounds which have bioactivity, which can be used for various health conditions for human beings, for your health and wellness. Those are the compounds which are available in nature, and mostly my work tries to explore those compounds from plants, and spices are from plants. So that's how it is. This is a picture of fixed oil. Can we go next? So the thing is, I have been doing biochemistry from or associated with biochemistry for almost 30 years now, and I have done my bachelor's and master's in biochemistry from Nagpur University. Then after that, I have done my PhD from IISc Bangalore, postdoc from Michigan State University. After that, 10 years of industry, and now almost 10 years in academics. All these years I have done some work on bioactives, nutraceuticals, functional foods, but my academic interest is mostly on lipids. Lipids for normal man is oils and fat, which in which we make the food and fried, right? That's what lipids is all about. So recently now, from past 3 months, I am in University of Hyderabad, which is a central university. But before that, for 8 years, I was in a CSR institute called Central Food Technological Research Institute, CFTRI, which is in Mysore. A beautiful office building we have, a palace as office, and a lot of food research happens there. It's one of the best in Asia, one of very good in world, and any kind of food research happens there. The research I'm going to talk about today is mostly happened there, but now I have gone to next. I've gone to now School of Life Sciences, which is in the University of Hyderabad, Central University. The School of Life Sciences, Central University, in among Central University of Hyderabad is one of the topmost ones, and School of Life Sciences has very good facilities. The faculties are doing a fantastic research, and any prospective students who want to do their masters or PhD are most welcome, and please come and visit us, and I'll be very happy to show you our lab and infrastructure. When we're talking about sustainability and the integrated approaches, I thought a lot of work we do in the lab, where my expertise lies is, the focus is mostly on, like I said, lipids, which is nothing but oils and fats. But then there's a lot of facet to lipids which we work on. There are various fields in that. First is we try to understand metabolism, how the lipids are made in plants, because we extract oils from oil seeds. We know that we extract oils from peanuts and from castor, from cottonseed, from sunflower. How the oil is made inside the plant, we try to understand the metabolism behind it. And while understanding the metabolism, we also try to see how we can extrapolate that knowledge and make something meaningful. Can we enhance quality of oil? Because oil quality is very important. All our health, people keep telling you that oil is a villain. Don't eat too much of oil. It has bad things. We try to see how we can make oil better, or in public mind, how we can make sure that everybody appreciates oil. That we do by studying metabolism. Second, next. Now, next part is we try to see there are goodness in oils, and we try to extrapolate those goodnesses. Those goodnesses are in form of some of the compounds which are there in oil, which have bioactivity, and those compounds can be called as nutraceuticals. We try to isolate them and characterize them. Next, Utpal. Metabolic syndrome, a very big thing which is coming up. All of us are now health conscious. People who are here definitely know what are metabolic syndrome, especially obesity, then cardiovascular diseases, hypertension. So all these together are called metabolic syndrome, and we try to see how we can address this by screening biomolecules which can be used to address this or cure this. And then lipid and nutrition, how lipid can be good for you, because like I said, lipid have a lot of properties. Without oils, we really cannot have a good health. That is also important. So for example, if you have, when you eat food, you have a lot of vitamins, and vitamins are in two forms. One is water soluble, another one is lipid soluble. Like vitamin A, D, E, K, these are lipid soluble vitamins. If you don't have any oil in your food, then those vitamins won't be absorbed in the body, and you'll have malnutrition. You won't have vitamins in your body. So lipids are important, and you have to consume them, but the right way of consuming it, and that kind of research which we do. So in this particular talk, I am going to talk about lipid as nutraceutical and metabolic syndrome. I'm just, out of all the work, I have just taken a small bit because I spoke to Utpal. He said, sir, 15 to 20 minutes. So I'm just trying to make a small story and trying to put in front of you how we do research and what kind of output we have. So one more thing is that the oils, what we use for cooking in India, we produce so much oil that it can only give us 40% of our consumption. So whatever oil we need in India to eat, the edible oil I'm talking about, vegetable edible oil, only 40% we can make our own. 60% is imported from outside. So we have lots and lots of dependency on the world where we get a lot of oil from outside. 60% is too big number. So we try to see what are alternate sources can we get where we can get more edible oil, so that the dependency on outside import is gone down. Second is oils also have a lot of nutraceuticals, and those nutraceuticals we can see, but then are there new oil sources where we can get more nutraceuticals? So something like that we were thinking about. We came across spices, And spices, as we know, are there in India for a long time. Everybody knows in kitchen we have a lot of spices which we use in food, and the spice also is a big commodity for India, because we export almost 27,000 crores of spices every year. So it has a lot of tremendous value. And out of spices, when you do a lot of processing, you can get something called oleoresin, which is the essence of spice, which people like it, and especially in the Western world, people take oleoresin and make various products out of it. And there's something called essential oils. We all know essential oils are volatiles, because when you take the spice, you get the very nice aroma, very nice flavor you get, which is imparted to food also. That is nothing but essential oil, which is volatile oil. So these are some of the things which are there, which are associated with spices. But then there's something else also which is there in most of the system, that is the regular oil, which is there. And in spices also, a regular oil is also there, because spices have essential oil. To differentiate between regular oil and essential oil, we call the regular oil as fixed oil, because those are not volatile. They cannot come out just like that. So the spices which cannot, the oils which cannot come out just like that, or which are not volatile, are fixed oils. That's what we call. And those fixed oils were not really studied so far in spices, because essential oil have so much of role. It was studied so much and everybody knows about it, because a lot of aromatherapy happens, and essential oil is used in various cuisines and everything, and people also take essential oil as for various conditions. But then once you take essential oil out of the spice is either adulterated and sold you as a second grade spice, which you won't realize, or it is just thrown away without any further use. So we thought, why don't we look at the fixed oil on those spices where essential oils are removed. So that was our main idea, and that will give us lot many leads in terms of getting more fixed oil from something which is not utilized. And then because it's not explored, we'll try to see what kind of things are there in those oils. So when this idea came to me, I wrote a proposal to SERB and I got one proposal. So where we said we'll take the fixed oil and we'll extract it from the spent mass of the spices, and then this fixed oil is mostly containing fats, resin, waxes, and then very few studies were done internationally on some of the spices which are known internationally, but nationally also not much was known, because everybody takes out essential oil and throws the spice. They don't really take the fixed oil out of it. So there was a lot of opportunity for us to understand this fixed oil. Next. So why this study, how it's going to help? So the first thing is it will give a better picture of oil profile of the spice, what is it, and because it's not studied so far, maybe there is something new which is lurking there, which is missed so far. So we'll find some new fatty acids. Then we can also find some bioactive compounds, because nobody has studied. We want to see what all things are there. And then you can always grade the spices, because spice has lot of value. A good grade spice will always get good money. So based on the oil quantity, we can really grade the spice. And third is it helps us to authenticate spice and set regulatory standards. So I am in the expert panel committee of oils and fats in FSSAI, and in FSSAI we meet almost in Delhi every month, and there are lots and lots of queries about oils and fat come, not only from consumers but also from the sellers, the industries, and there are a lot of questions about authenticity of something, how we can authenticate. So if you want to authenticate a good spice, can we authenticate through characterizing the oil? So you extract the oil from spice, show that this is the characteristic, and then you can say, yes, it is indeed that spice. So you can always authenticate. So these are some of the things why we went ahead and try to do these spices. Next. So there is something called Spice Board of India, which is the regulatory body which regulates all the spices. And under Spice Board of India, there are 52 spices which are listed, which we can say is an Indian spice. So we set out very ambitious goal of isolating fixed oil from 52 spices and characterizing them. It's a humongous task. Somehow we could get hands on 40 odd spices, because some spices were like saffron is a spice under Spice Board of India, and 1 kg of saffron will cost you maybe 30-40 lakh rupees, so we cannot really afford. I got the project 50 lakh, but I cannot buy a saffron 1 kg to do the work. So like those, and then there's some problem of availability of spices. So we could only get hand on 40 odd spices, and those spices we did the fixed oil extraction. How do we do that? We take the spices and then we do authenticate it, because we should get the right kind of material, because we are trying to set standard. So then we have some botanical way of doing it. We see their morphology, we see there are some TLC patterns which a particular pharmacognosy of a particular plant will have, and all that we do and authenticate the spice. Then we try to, because we are only focusing on fixed oil, we have to remove the essential oil first. We don't want any interference of essential oil. So we do something called steam distillation, and then we remove all the essential oil. After steam distillation, once we are convinced that all the essential oil is gone, then we dry the material which is free of volatile or essential oil. Then we do oxalate hexane extraction, and that's how we get the fixed oil, right? So for each spice which has the essential oils, you have to remove them, and for each spice the distillation time will differ, because every spice has different level of essential oil. So you have to first standardize how long you want to do distillation, and you have to make sure that once distillation is done, you check whether essential oil is present or not. So believe me, for 40 spices, just go to next. These are the time, how many hours each spice takes to get rid of essential oil, right? So you can see almost 80 years some of the spices will take, so that we remove all the essential oil. We have some spices where 8 hours, 6 hours. So we have standardized all this to remove and get rid of essential oil, so that we don't have any interference of this in future characterization or whatever bioactivity we're doing. And every time when we do, so every after few hours, we take out the sample, we prepare the oil, we do GCMS analysis to see whether essential oil traces are there or not. Once it is totally gone, then we say, okay, now the oil is free of essential oil. Go to next. So this is one of such, I'm just showing you one such example where we have done the GCMS of Garcinia indica essential oil extraction. So initially, before steam distillation, you can see that this is the area where you have the peaks, which are peaks of essential oil, right? But after distillation, you know that you have to distill for maybe 8 hours, and every 4 hours you're checking it, and you see that this is clean, means all the essential oil is gone. So for each and every spice, we have done this for 40 spices, and then we have standardized the process. Once essential oil is gone, we have done oxalate extraction, and then we have taken out the fixed oil. Next, please. So now you can see this is the fixed oil content of various spices. So some of the spices of almost, if you look at P. somnifera, there is almost 47% oil is there, and you have Garcinia cambogia oil is there. So various oils, fixed oils, various concentrations are there. So the spices have very less fixed oil as well as higher fixed oil also, and these are essential components. It's just telling you that spices, because I'm not going to go in details of each one because we don't have much time, but then we can appreciate that some of the spices are really good source of fixed oils, and those oils can be explored further. Can we go for next? So oils are made up of fatty acids and glycerol. They are esterified on glycerol backbone. There will be 3 fatty acids which are on the glycerol backbone. These fatty acids can be of different nature. Depending on the nature of fatty acid, the oil can be good, bad, or it has different characteristics, right? And these oils are, these fatty acids are either saturated fatty acids, or you have monounsaturated fatty acid where there is one double bond, or you have polyunsaturated fatty acid where there is 2 or more double bond. And then you have chain length also, short chain, medium chain, long chain. So fatty acids have different chain length and different degree of unsaturation, and based on this they have different characteristics, right? So once you take the oil, now you want to understand what kind of fatty acid profile that oil has, because fatty acid profile is first and foremost thing which will tell you what kind of characteristic this oil will have in terms of your eating, or in terms of giving calories, in terms of giving nutrition to you, right? So here we have just tried to put some of the fixed oil fatty acid profile. This was done by GCMS, and where we can see that palmitic acid, which is 16-0, which is predominantly in palm oil, we know. So some of the fixed oil in some of the spices are rich in palmitic acid. Go to next. Some of them are rich in oleic acid. We know oleic acid is good because olive oil, people say it's good because of presence of oleic acid. Some of the spices are rich in oleic acid. In fact, if you see this is agronus, which is a dill fixed oil, has almost 76% of oil fatty acid is oleic acid. So this can also be explored further. Next, please. Now we have 2 essential fatty acids which human beings need because they cannot make in the body. These are 18-2, which is called linoleic acid, and 18-3, which is called linolenic acid. So these are the things which we take only from the diet, and we cannot synthesize in the body. Without that, our body will not function properly. So when we saw some of the fixed oils from spices, we saw there are 5-6 fixed oils which are very rich in 18-linoleic acid, which is one of the essential fatty acid. Go to next. And this is 18-3. I told you alpha-linoleic acid is another essential fatty acid, and some of the fixed oils from the spices are also rich source of this 18-3. Next, please. And then there were long chain fatty acids, because nobody has explored, nobody knows what kind of fatty acid will come out, but there are some very long chain fatty acids which are C20, C22, C24, which are there in all these oils. Next, please. There's something called erucic acid which is there in mustard, and it gives you whatever the mustard flavor. But our study showed that not only erucic acid, because everybody knew that only beet ginseng, that is mustard, has erucic acid, but our study first time showed that asafoetida, that is a hing, also has high levels of erucic acid, which is almost 40% of everything. So we have found a new source of erucic acid in terms of hing, right? Next. So this is distribution of all the various spices, saturated and unsaturated fatty acid. Generally, the ideal oil should have saturated, unsaturated, and monounsaturated fatty acid 1:1:1. That's what WHO says. But I mean, these are various ratios which are there, which we can further understand and try to see whether this can be used as edible oils. Next, please. So out of all those, we have done a lot of work in terms of in vitro antioxidant and nutraceutical profiling on all the oils, and we have huge amount of data from 40 odd oils. We have data, and we have made it as one of the databases called Spice Oil Veda, which is there. But I'm not going to go in all of them. Just I have taken 5 spices as example to just show you further work what we have done on all this. So go back, please. Yeah, so in vitro antioxidant activity and nutraceutical profiling shows you that whether these oils can be used for addressing various disorders inside the body as alternative therapy. So you can see that A. galanga, which is called Greater galanga, this is cinnamon, this is trigonella, this is fennel, and this is nutmeg. So these 5 spices, I'm just showing you some results where you can see that maybe Mystica fragrans, which is nutmeg, has a lot of total antioxidant properties, DPVHS, FRAP-SA, ABTSS. These all shows that they are really very good antioxidants, and a lot of phenolics is present, and a lot of flavonoid contents are there in this 5. And based on this, we further went ahead and tried to check some more important nutraceuticals into it. We went and checked tocopherols. Next, please. And we found a lot of tocopherols. But at the same time, we were really surprised to see that some of these oils contain something called oryzanol. Oryzanol is a group of compounds which is present in rice bran oil, and that's why people say rice bran oil is good for you, because these oryzanols are one which will give you cardioprotective benefit, you know. So your dyslipidemia, if you have a different kind of a lipid profile where lipid profile has gone bad, oryzanol is something which will correct it. So it is having anti-dyslipidemic activity, right? So these are ferulates, ferulic acid of triterpene alcohols and sterols. So there are 4 major ferulates in oryzanol, and we found that till now people only thought that rice bran oil has oryzanol. Right? But then now we have shown that this is HPLC analysis, where we have shown that not only rice bran oil, but then we have alternate natural sources like spice fixed oil, where a lot of oryzanols are present. And because we were showing it first time, if you just communicate this data to any paper, they'll say, please convince us, please show us more and more convincing data and results to confirm the fact that apart from rice bran oil, oryzanol is present in some other oils also. So then we went ahead and did furthermore characterization. Next, please. Utpal. So then we did HRMS analysis. This is high resolution mass spectrophotometry, where you can see that this is the standard oryzanol. This is the mass spectra analysis for that. These are the 1, 2, 3, 4. These are 4 oryzanols which we talked about, which is nothing but campesterol ferulate. Then you have cytosterol ferulate. Then you have cycloartenyl ferulate and 24-methyl cycloartenyl ferulate. So these 1, 2, 3, 4 are these 4 peaks in standard oryzanol, which you can get from a standard sigma. And then this is from your cinnamon fixed oil. You can see that the same molecular weight species you are able to find, peak number 2, 3, 4, which clearly demonstrates again that through HRMS also we show that there are some of the originols are present and 3 original molecules are present in cinnamon fixed oil also. This was not enough, then we went ahead and in NMR. So next please. NMR spectra also we can see that this is the standard gamma original where you have OCH3 functional group which is shown in NMR, proton NMR, same can be seen in cinnamon fixed oil. So which again proves that the whatever compounds we are looking for are original. Next please. Again, you know, in NMR also you can do something called NOE, that is one more confirmatory step for you, that is nuclear overhaus exciting NMR, where you can clearly show that the whatever bonds you are seeing here are because of the signal what you get is nothing but original. So we were trying to conclusively prove that something whatever we have really isolated is indeed the original. Next. So all these are results whatever are there were published in various journals of high impact factor. So this RSC advances really, this paper has gone up and a lot of citations are happening because we are first time we showed that something like original is present in spice fixed oil, and other spice oils we have published in JFST, LWT and all that. So this part of work was presented here. Now next I want to show that if you have all this, so what next? How this can be utilized? What is the application of all this? Can we show that it has some application? So then we go ahead and do some bioactivity kind of a analysis where we put this on different in vitro, in vivo and animal assays and show that they indeed do the work what we're looking for. So in vitro studies, we take this spice fixed oil. Now if you work with oil, you know that they are not miscible with water, right? Oil and water doesn't go. And most of the biological system when we use buffer, those are made up of water only. So it's very tough to put your oil compounds into something and test them in either in enzymatic assay or cell-based assay or animals. So what we did fractionation of this into various fractions, polyphenol fraction, tocopherol fraction, original fraction, phytosterol fraction, and then these fractions was isolated and then they were tested in cell viability assay, and then you do antilipidemic activity because Oresinol is known to be anti-lipidemic, like I told you that it has cardioprotective activity. So we wanted to show that the oils, because they contain oresinol, also have anti-lipidemic activity. And we use reconstituted fraction also. I'm not going to go into details of all the results, but one or two I'll show. Next, please. So here I'm just showing you one experiment on T3T11 cell line. These are the fibroblasts, which are precursor for your muscle cells as well as your fat cells. So this cell line will ultimately become as a fat cell, and you want to see whether if a compound is anti-dyslipidemic or it is not promoting lipid formation, then you will see less fat accumulation in these cells in presence of that compound, right? And Hep-G2 cell lines are the hepatocyte cell lines. So here atorvastatin is a drug which is a statin which is used right now to treat your dyslipidemia. So if you go to doctor and doctor says that your cholesterol levels are really high, then he'll give you atorvastatin because it's going to reduce your cholesterol levels and reduce your lipid levels in the body. So this is the standard drug which we have used. This is a cell line based study, and then we have different oils from the 5 different spices what I talked about, and these are the results. So you see that atorvastatin really, with dose dependency, you can see that there's decrease in oil accumulation. This is oil orate staining, which stains the lipid inside the cell, right? So you can see how much of lipid is there inside the cell by if you do the staining by oil orate. So with increasing dosage, you can see 1.53 microgram per ml of dosage of atorvastatin. You can clearly see how nicely the lipid accumulation is decreasing, and our spice fixed oil also are decreasing over time. You can see that they increase the concentration of the spice fixed oil. You can see that decrease in accumulation of the lipids inside the T3T11 cell, also in the Hep-G2 cells. So in cells also we show that they have anti-dyslipidemic function. If you have your spice fixed oil, the reconstituted fraction, they do inhibit more fat formation inside the cell, right? So this was something which we have done. We have done a lot more work, but I'm not going to show it because there's less time. Next, please. So from here, then the next step is to see in animals. Is it whatever we saw in cells, does it happen in animals, right? So for that, you take normal mice. We have taken male mice, 4 to 6 week old, and then you induce dyslipidemia in mice by feeding high fat diet. So this diet is full of lard, which is almost 35% of the diet, and regular normal mice has 7% of fat, and your high fat diet mice has 35% of fat. So this high fat will induce dyslipidemia, and the mice will become dyslipidemic. So the cholesterol levels will really go bad. It will go high. LDL will go high. HDL will go down, and all sorts of things will happen. Right? Triglyceride will go up, and then you start feeding them with a high fat diet for next 10 weeks along with your fixed oils, what we tested. Then you do observation in terms of body weight, feed intake, serum parameters, liver adipose tissues, and various parameters you study. Go to next. So this is the animal grouping. So you have, like, in each group you have 6 animals, and then you have a normal control where it's a normal animal with normal food, so you're not giving anything there. You have dyslipidemic control, so you have high fat diet fed mice which is dyslipidemic, and you're just giving water to it and keeping it at same, that's the control. Then you have standard atorvastatin. I told you about atorvastatin drug which can cure your dyslipidemia, so this should be something which should be curing dyslipidemia. Then, because our test substance are oils, we use rice bran oil as one of the controls, right? Because rice bran oil is known to cure dyslipidemia. This is our positive control. We have taken 10% based on the whatever the literature has suggested, and then our cinnamon fixed oil, trigonal fixed oil, and fennel fixed oil in different concentration in the diet. So this is the normal diet, which is 7% fat, I told you, and this high fat diet. So this is what this experimental design is all about, right? Next, please. I'm just going to show 2 slides on this. So this is the control. This is the initial body weight and final body weight after 10 weeks. So animal will grow and they'll do put on weight when controlled diet. But you put a high fat diet, you can see that weight has really gone very high, right? This is normal. High fat, they have really increased the weight too much from here to here. Now this is standard atorvastatin. It is bringing down the weight back towards normal. So it is working. It does make sure that you don't put on weight. And now this is rice bran oil. Rice bran oil has some effect, but then not as good as the atorvastatin. And now you see at the different fixed oils. So you can see that especially the cinnamon oil, which is statistically significant, you can see that the body weight has come down as good as normal body weight, and it is even better than atorvastatin. And all others have also shown reduction in body weight, but then one of the best performers here is the cinnamon zelanicum fixed oil, which is as good as atorvastatin in controlling the body weight when you are on a high fat diet, right? So this is what it shows. Next one. In dyslipidemia, we have to see, like I said, all the lipid levels in the serum. So this is the control where you have cholesterol, triglyceride, HDL, LDL levels, and this is high fat diet. You can really see cholesterol going up so much versus all the other things what are there. Triglyceride also have gone so much. This is the control, and this is the cholesterol level of the high fat diet. Atorvastatin, it has to do its work, so it has to make sure it reduces cholesterol. So it has come down almost as good as the control. And now you see rice bran oil is doing its work, not as good as atorvastatin, but it has brought down the level of cholesterol, the rice bran. But in our fixed oils, you can see again that cinnamon is the fixed oil from that is as good as atorvastatin, the levels, and these levels are statistically significant, and we can see this in all the parameters, not only cholesterol, but triglyceride, HDL, LDL, and VLDL. So we have seen that the fixed oil from cinnamon is very good in addressing dyslipidemia, and is at as good or at par with something like a standard chemical drug atorvastatin. So this is what we have seen. Next, please. So this work was published in Food Sciences Research. So this is what I wanted to share, a story from beginning till a little bit somewhere. We are right now at a stage where we are formulating this into different kind of dosage, and we want to enhance the efficacy of it. So we are doing some nanoparticle formulations, and we are also planning for human trials. So the takeaway is that spice fixed oils are having a lot of potential. They have a lot of fatty acids, omega-3 fatty acids, and polyunsaturated fatty acids which are there. We have found alternative source of erucic acid in asafoetida, which is hing. A lot of the work on antioxidant assays show that some of these spice fixed oil have really good antioxidant activity because they have high phenolic content. Nutraceutical profile also showed that they are rich in phenolics, tocopherols, sterols. So these are very important compounds for us as in nutrition or in food. For first time we showed that gamma resinol is present in spice fixed oil, and we have seen that the cinnamon spice fixed oil has anti-lipidemic activity, which we have in vivo shown in mice models. Next, please. So like I said, future we are still studying some of these oils, because we have now such big repository of data and oils, 40 spice oils, and to do all the studies on those, we have a hard task ahead. I have one project I have from SCRB again, where I am trying to see how we can address metabolic syndrome with these oils. And like I said, we are doing some formulation with nanoparticles and clinical trials on cardiovascular disease we are planning. Next. So this is my group. I want to acknowledge Director CFTRI, because this work was done there. Mansa, she is the one who did most of the original work. Now she has got a PhD. Now she's a postdoc, ICMR postdoc in the lab. Palak also, she also got her PhD now, and she did a lot of work on the fixed oil characterization. Saloni, she's also from Nagpur. She's doing a PhD, but she was also associated with this. I got funding from CSIR and DST, SCRB, and ICMR. Next. Thank you so much. So please, this is my email ID, and if anybody is interested to talk to me, understand, to do further work, collaboration, students want to come and get training or PhD and all that, you are almost always welcome. I have mentored many students so far. When I was in industry also, I used to do that. Now academics have got more opportunity to do. So please, if you are not, please spread the word, tell people, and they can always come and do research and learn science from us. Thank you so much. Thank you. I am open to questions, any questions you have. Sir, I mean, this is, our great grandmothers knew this, that spices have a lot of good, goodness in terms of medicinal values. I mean, hing has been used from so long. And so all the spices, whatever we have in kitchen are good. They have good activities. Only thing is now we explore and put a science behind it and say that why it is active, what kind of work it can do. But our spices already have not only enhance the taste, but have a goodness in terms of medicine. No, sir. I mean, the thing is, like, we use mustard, we use jeera that is coming. I think fennel is a very good, because it came as one of the good things. The fennel also has good antioxidant capacity, and it also showed dyslipidemic activity. And of course, cinnamon you should have, and you should eat cinnamon every day. At least make a powder of it and have cinnamon, how much ever you can take. But cinnamon is something which should be there in your kitchen, and try to utilize it as much as possible in every cuisine. Not only respected ladies, but I think now gents also cook. So you also can influence at your home, saying that please put cinnamon, it's good for our health.
What spices you would suggest for linoleic and linolenic acid for our daily use?
See, spices as such are not very good source of oil, because we saw oils are less there. But if you want to have, especially 18-2, that is linoleic acid, we don't need much, because our food is already rich in that. So there is some ratio called omega-3 to omega-6 ratio. Now omega-3 is 18-3 linoleic acid, omega-2 is 18-2 linolenic acid. This omega-3 to omega-6 ratio should be, or 6-3 ratio should be 5:1. Okay, or at the most 10:1. That's what WHO recommends. But our food, because we only use maybe sunflower oil now, which is full of 18-2. So our diet is already 50:1, which is very skewed towards 18-2. We should try to increase the omega-3 fatty acid, which is linoleic acid. And the vegetarian source of that is some of the nuts, or flaxseed, or chia seed, right? Or the leafy vegetables. Or non-vegetarians are there, and then you have fish, or whatever the fish and the seafood and all that. So these are the ones which we really need to put in your diet every day to increase the 18-3 level, which is really gone down, because 18-2 are pro-inflammatory fatty acids, and we have too much in our food. 18-3 are anti-inflammatory fatty acids. We have to increase that. For that, we have to make sure we do a lot of leafy vegetables and take chia and flax and almonds and maybe some fish and all that. That will make a oil healthy and your diet.
Is there any meaning to consume that rice bran oil because they are branding too much that eat rice bran and you will be free from so many diseases?
Yeah. So rice bran is because of oryzanol. They don't say because of fatty acid profile. We are talking about fatty acid or oryzanol. Oryzanol does have antilipidemic activity and it's good for you. So I mean, I am an oil biochemist from last 20 years, and at my home I prepare my own blend because there is no single oil in the world which is perfect for you, right? And FSSA also allows blending of oil, but only two oils. Now our committee has allowed one more oil, but that can only be added to increase alpha linoleic acid or omega 3 fatty acid. So at home I prepare my own blend for food and then we would eat that. And whoever comes to me says, sir, you are doing research in oil so much. Which is the best oil? I tell there is no oil which is best oil. You have to prepare your own oil if you want to do. And I think we should, I mean, we put too much of emphasis on frying and emphasis on putting a lot of oil everywhere and all that. There is also certain kind of a limitation saying that per day in a family, how many members are there in a, and those numbers of family members in 1 month, how much oil that whole family should consume. Because when we go to buy a ration, we buy some 5 liter of oil or 10 liter of can for a month. But then there is always a limit saying that how much you should, but that limit is always, Indians always overshoot that limit by twice or thrice. Yes.
Sir, you told that cinnamon is anti-lipidemic. So, sir, did you study any mechanism by which it is?
Yes, yes. We have done a lot of gene expression studies, and we have seen how the levels of C, BP, and other factors, yeah, ApoB and all that, how they, so all that is some of that is in publication also, but I have not put in the slides. But it is too technical. I thought I don't want to bore with too much technical details there.
We are also going in the same direction.
Great, great. Yeah, yeah, sure. Sir, we should. I think earlier, in earlier days, we used to consume a lot of groundnut oil. That is one of the good oils. Because of monopoly of Western world and some of the companies, the sunflower oil is forced on us. We buy only that. But our shift has recently, maybe 10-15 years happened. But groundnut oil is very good oil, and then soybean oil is also is very good oil. As Indians, we have some issue with taste of soybean because again it is on your mind. We have put that sunflower oil is good tasty oil. Soybean oil has some kind of a taste, but if you want, I think you should go for groundnut oil, soybean oil, and rice bran oil. Try to make a blend, maybe 1:1:1, and then use that. If you don't like the blend, maybe you can exchange oil after every 2 months. So 2 months you use one oil, then after that 2 months. So your lipid profile will keep on changing based on that. So if you, but then you again develop the taste for the new oil which you use after 2 months. So blend is better. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ajay Tumane, sir, for such a wonderful and nice presentation and lecture where he actually targeted that what kind of lipids that we should take via our diet and how those lipids are present in the plants and how those lipids are also essential to decrease the lipid content if someone is obese, so we can apply these lipids to reduce the obesity too. So everything sir has taken in a very clean and in a very lenient way to explain his topic and to reach his topic to a layman. So I would like to thank sir from my bottom of heart and thank you so much sir.
So for the next plenary lecture, we have
सर अभी स्क्रीन शेयर करना बंद करो, स्क्रीन शेयर करना बंद करो प्लीज।
अच्छा अच्छा, यस सर, यस सर।
और नजदीक जो है ना, दो मोबाइल हो गए तो कनेक्ट मत रहो, नहीं तो एक और थोड़ा सा रहेगा।
ओके। तो अभी जा रहे हैं क्या? हेलो डॉक्टर रियाजुद्दीन सर, एम आई ऑडिबल? या ओके।
next in the talk session we have Dr. Riyazuddin from Biological Research Center at Hungarian Academy of Sciences, Hungary. So I would, and this
Riyazuddin
lecture
sir,
would be
you
online.
start your talk, I think.
So please.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Sir Riyazuddin sir, please share your screen.
Hello,
Yes, sir,
good
screen is
afternoon.
visible.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you. My name is Riyazuddin, and I'm currently working as a postdoctoral researcher in Hungary. And today I'm going to talk about little, not in details, but superficial. I will talk about this iodine. So, in the form of as an emerging plant growth promoter and its regulatory role in plant stress response at subcellular level. So, like why this is topic too important to present today? So there are various reasons behind of that, but among them, I can say like iodine only they consider like it's very important only in animal system, but I don't think so. It's equally important in plant as well. So here I'm going to in history. So iodine as an element, it was isolated, in the 19th century, and it's very important hormone for like humans to synthesis the thyroid hormones, thyronin and thyroxine that play maintenance role, a very important role in normal metabolism and growth. However, the role of iodine in plant is, like it's not well known until now, and some few reports has been published, and they are claiming that it has also role in plant metabolism and having a role in plant growth development also. Although it's required lots of further experiments to prove the claim. Anyway, some of the recent studies have shown the existence of iodine-containing plant-derived thyroid hormone analogs in plants that are homologs to human. trans protein which act as T3 or T4 transporters for iodine. So, this, everybody knows the importance of iodine in animals. So, I'm more curious about to know how these micronutrients uh, is playing important role in plant as well. So, as you know, the not only this environmental stresses influence negatively the growth of plant, but there are several other factors which can influence either negatively or positively. So, among them, I'm talking about these nutrients. There are two types of nutrients: micro, which is required in very less concentration, and another is the macro, which is required in abundant amount. And here the iodine, because it's a new emerging, so they consider it a non-essential element for plant. Now the question is where it is available and how is coming and from where it's coming, to the field or the environment. So the most largest reservoir of this iodine is oceans, and it spreads into the atmosphere and lands in the form of volatile in gaseous form. So we call it methyl iodide. Another source can be the rains, which mainly brings into form iodide and iodate. These are the most abundant and favorable form of plants, and they can be easily uptake by plants. And plants absorb from the soil in the form of organic iodine. So iodide ions, while gaseous iodine molecules, available in I2 form and methyl iodide, and they directly absorb from the atmosphere via the aerial part. So now after what next after absorption? So there are two types of way how they absorb, via the root system, and iodine generally transferred through the xylem vessels. However, some reports also indicate their transport via the phloem as well, including tomato and lettuce. Another way is the foliar application, and leaves or the stem absorb and retain most of the iodine by fixing it in cutular wax, as reported in spinach. So organic form of iodine not only influenced by these environmental factors, pH, soil condition, but there are some other which can absorption. Among them is salicylic acid, which control the absorption of iodine in plant. There are when we apply potassium iodate alone, so and in combination with salicylic acid, we found in tomato above 100% higher accumulation compared to the solely applied potassium iodide. So not only the salicylic acid, but also the selenium and vanadium also play an important role to iodine uptake. So why I'm talking? So I told you this is recently adopted as a new fertilizer. This is recently adopted as a new fertilizers, and is now considered as a new biostimulant as well. So before there are 19 plant nutrients which help in improving and protecting plants' health, either against the biotic or abiotic. So iodine. Now I'm talking about more about how it's influence. So iodine not only after absorption, and iodine start the process, and it's initiate the signaling cascades, and effect on plant growth, on photosynthesis, modulator of antioxidant, elevation of stress condition, and induce molecular changes in plants. So I will talk these points in a graphical form. As you can see here, there are two methods of absorption through the roots. So organic iodine, absorbed through the roots, going through the xylem and going the upper part, which elevate the which enhance the plant growth, plant nutrition uptake in the form of potassium and phosphorus, nitrogen uptake. It also influences the photosynthesis, efficiency and fruit ripening and the quality of fruit, early flowering and bioactivity. Not only have a role in plant growth and development, but in the another form, iodine also induce the non-enzymatic and enzymatic antioxidant defense mechanism which can scavenge the rose which is produced during the environmental stresses. Thus, we can say iodine play not only in plant growth development but also maintaining the stress tolerance, against this abiotic and biotic conditions. So after that, what? So I will talk. This is at the gene level or molecular level. So there are only just few studies, but nobody is able to find out the exact mechanism. But this is the possible mechanism how it's work at the molecular level. So we try to put it's a putative mechanism. We try to draw it here, and as you can see here, potassium iodide metabolized into this iodate iodate, and after that further this iodide ions and along with this hypoideous acids also, and in the molecular iodine form. So among them, this iodide ion directly go to the cytoplasm by the through various unknown channels. We don't know yet. It still requires lots of scientific experiment to know which transport medium is available here. So after that, they accumulate here, and there are two way of action of this iodide ions. It directly iodinate. It's kind of post-structural modification which can induce like class 3 peroxidases, and also the stability and maintenance of photosynthesis. Either indirectly, it also induce the gene expression level of several enzymes which involve in growth, development, and defense mechanism. So after accumulation of iodine in cytoplasm, they also like induce indirectly. There is no direct mode of action. We don't know yet like how they induce the non-enzymatic and enzymatic antioxidant defense here. But at the post-translational modification, they regulate the redox regulation via the induction of peroxidases like catalase, SOD, and peroxidases also, and also like initiates the gene, in the initiation of this photosynthetic gene GAPC activity, and these polyamine oxidase and help in the maintenance of cell wall modification. So after that, they also induce the gene expression of salicylic acid metabolism, which and stress, especially hypoxia, calcium signaling, and defense-related organisms. So we found also, based on the literature, we found that the overlapping gene expression induction was reported in case of iodine, and when we see in salicylic acid response and ROS mediated. So we can say it has a role in providing the stress tolerance by scavenging the ROS through this defense system. So on the basis of these literature, I can say like low concentration of iodine is involved in the regulation plant growth and productivity, normal as well as challenging environmental conditions. Possibly there are two ways: through the maintenance of photosynthesis and maintaining the ROS homeostasis. Second is like exogenous application of iodine in the form of iodide, iodate, or organic conjugated compounds has been shown to induce the activity of enzymatic, as I showed previously, enzymatic antioxidant and biosynthesis of non-enzymatic ones. So there are some others, some observation was there, I told some others exogenously molecules, have a role in absorption of iodine. Among them, salicylic acid is known to elevate the uptake of iodine by plants, while the effect of iodine at molecular level are like those induced by salicylic acid. For example, the expression of defense-related genes like PR, pathogen-related genes, we found it. The fact that iodine treatment induces assay like salicylic acid-like responses and early flowering indicates that iodine may possibly perceived as a stressor by the plant. But based on this, we conclude that, however, if this could be the case, a rise in other stress-related parameters such as decline in photosynthesis rate, reduced growth, accumulation of higher rows, it's basically happened during the environmental stress. But the iodine treatment uh, showing no delete when we applied exogenously or endogenously, we didn't observe this deleterious effect of the iodine treatment. So, but the concentration was between 0.2 micromole to 12 micromole. That induce even early problem. But if we exceed the concentration, so it's showing the negative effect on plant growth and development. So in the last, I would say that these results or these findings indicate that promoting roles of iodine is a beneficial effect and is not associated with the activation of any stress responses in plants. And we published recently in 2020 in Plant and Soil. So on the basis of our this observation, we can say it has a role in stress alleviation and promoting growth and also induction of flowering. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Okay, go ahead, please.
जी sir. Uh, yeah, that's the question I was expecting. So we didn't do this. This is like this is not done by me. We just
Dr. So you mute your speaker because echo is going on.
Yeah. Hello.
Dr. Riajuddin, I think you expressed a lot of idea about how the flowering and how the iodine can be more efficiently can use us output. Really, it's a wonderful idea.
Yeah, thank you.
That's good. Thank you so much.
But previously somebody asked me like, have you done this experiment in your lab? No, we didn't do this experiment.
Please express.
Yeah, this is just an idea, like because this is at very early stage. Only just few labs, only just one lab, if I know well. In Italy, they are working on that. So I was reading, and even they didn't, like it's a new approach. Like we are thinking, like it can be helped in this way as well. So that's why we wrote a review article on this one, and we predicted based on software and many things, like it has a role in like in this like in growth development and stress responses. So even only just one paper is published from Italy. They just mention about this like in Arabidopsis only transcriptomic studies. So it's required lots of research for going further in this field.
Okay, but have you applied? Have you find out the real-time observation?
No, sir. No.
Okay. Some theoretical view.
Yeah. It's just a review. We wrote it, and I thought like I didn't present my real work here. Yeah. So this is my just review article here.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but I published recently. Yeah.
Oh, nice. So may I request now the next speaker, that is Dr. Supriya Kumaravelan. So Dr. Supriya Kumaravelan, so I heartily welcome on behalf of IISSS. So she is a well-known speaker. Okay, okay. Sure, sure. Sure, sure. As per your convenience. Okay. Okay.
Uh, Yeah, can you hear me? Okay, just give me a second. Thank you. Oops. This one. Okay, is my screen is okay. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to acknowledge Dr. Supriya. I took her place, I guess. And okay, my screen is visible and it is in full screen. It is visible. Hello. Okay. 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 Let me end it.
Sir, your screen is visible and we are able to read this nanomaterial talk 2023, but your presentation is not visible, sir.
Okay. Okay. Actually, I'm trying to get the full PPT. So yeah, I just clicked on it. Okay, just give me a second. Can anybody guide me how to get the system of it? Can anybody guide me how to do the full screen of the PPT?
The thing that we saw just right now, your presentation in your folder. Sir, if you click
Uh-huh.
on that, the presentation will be visible, sir.
Okay, okay, just give me a second. Okay, okay, okay. So is it full screen? Okay. Is it full screen? Can you please confirm? Okay, okay. So here I make it full screen presentation. Okay, I understand. Yes. Actually, I did full screen of my slide, and then I'm trying to share it as a full screen. Okay. Okay. When I did that, is it visible now? Thank you, Dr. Ruchi. Okay. Uh, Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I am Bipin Lade, a postdoctoral associate. I'm hearing too much echo. Hello. Okay, but I'm hearing my echo. I'm hearing my echo actually. Actually, I'm hearing my. Okay, yeah, it's okay now. Okay. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bipin Lade. I'm a postdoctorate associate here in Nano Earth department, and today for this interdisciplinary international conference, my today's talk will be based on sampling and characterization of the nanomaterial from complex environmental system. So basically, my talk, it will be divided into two parts. In the first, I will be discussing about my laboratory and all the types of facility and the instrumentation that is present in the Nano Earth and our aims and objective, what vision we have. And further, I will be extending my talk by defining my role in as a postdoctoral associate. Further, the next part will be my talk, the main talk. So moving ahead, in this slide, you can see this slide explains about the Nano Earth. So Nano Earth is a national center for Earth and environmental nanotechnology infrastructure, which is a node of National Nanotechnology Coordinated Infrastructure. And Nano Earth, it is a leading destination for Earth and environmental nanoscience discovery. We help researchers and the scientists from all over the world for solving the greatest environmental challenges related to nanotechnology. Our center, it is one of the center, there are like total 16 center, which is spread throughout the United States of America, which is serving as a facility center for characterization of the nanomaterials research. So our department is focused on some subjects such as geoscience, geochemistry, soil science, aerosol science and engineering, environmental chemistry, and other areas. So this slide explains about the facility and the laboratory instrumentation that we have. So Nano Earth is having ample of room for nano material synthesis and for reactivity testing, as well as we have different bioculture facility and the reactor facility. We have separate aerosol generation chambers that we use for aerosol-based experimentations. So
Nano Earth is having all types of the instruments from starting from the basic spectroscopy, spectrophotometry, till the nuclear spin technology. For example, we have the infrared spectroscopy, Raman spectroscopy, X-ray photon electron spectroscopy, dual beam focus ion beam spectroscopy, environmental scanning electron microscopy, and transmission electron microscopy. In this slide, you can see this is my colleague Jonathan, who is explaining the working principle of the transmission electron microscopy to the university students. And in this picture in the center, you can see this is me. I'm using the scanning electron microscopy for the characterization of the nanomaterial. And to the right of that, you can see there is Dr. Wayne. He's one of our senior researcher, who is using and performing the atomic force microscopy. So we have partnership and collaboration with the Environmental Molecular Science Laboratory, a Department of Energy, and which is a facility located at the Pacific Northwestern National Laboratory, Washington. And we actually, as a center, as a user facility, provide researchers from academia to government to the industry. We provide all the advanced tool and the expertise, and we help them to propel their research in the field of nanoscience. We are trying to inculcate the nanoscience research ideas and novelties starting from the basic elementary students to reaching the national and the international audiences. For this purpose, we have started undeserved population to pursue their degree as well as career in the nanoscience. In short, Nano is supporting the student entrepreneurship to get the experience, and we help the innovative ideas, by providing the funds to help them to start up in their careers. And we enforce the workforce development. At the same time, we are providing workshops and the training to the student as well as the professional related to nanoscience and technology. As a team, working with the different scientists, we are collaboratively preparing the research articles and the review articles and publishing in it for all the types of audiences in the world. My role here as a postdoctorate associate is I'm basically building a research partnership with a researcher from the non-traditional field in nanoscience and technology. For example, chemistry background, geoscience, agriculture science, food science, and related fields. In addition, I am developing the sampling protocols for performing the nanoscale characterization by using the environmental scanning electron microscopy. And apart from this, I'm involved in 4 different research areas at the moment. So throughout the year, I demonstrate there are certain kits that explain the basic science for the nanotechnology. I have the role to explain the basic science to the elementary school, to the college student, as well as the university students. And second part is I'm involved with one of the projects we have, which we have recently completed, which involves the seed germination in the Martian soil. And third project, we are collaborating with the robotics and artificial intelligence for detecting and monitoring the microplastic in the ocean. For this, we have collaborated with the robotics department, who have built the submarine, and we are trying to inculcate the chip and the detecting technology that can easily detect the microplastic and nanoplastic in the environment. And coming to the fourth area, which is sampling and characterization of nanomaterial from environmental matters. So which is to this topic. So coming to the topic, now I think I will be a bit slower at this moment trying to explain what I'm trying to achieve here. So in this talk, my title is Sampling and Characterization of Nanomaterial from Complex Environmental Systems. So it is very important to understand what is complex environmental system. So environmental system is basically composed of all the different sectors which consist of atmosphere, biosphere, cryosphere, lithosphere, like that. So in this all the sectors, there are certain types of nanoparticles that is actually present since ages. For example, in the atmosphere, there are aerosol nanoparticles. For biosphere, means which contains the living organisms, there are certain living organisms that contains the nanostructures. For cryosphere, for example, ice or the glacier, it is now has been identified that microplastic and nanoplastic has already reached to the glacier. Then comes the geosphere. There are silica nanoparticle and other mineral nanoparticles. Lithosphere rock, for example, it consists of different metal nanoparticles. So all these nanoparticles, which is not, all these nanoparticles are actually present in the environment in the abundance. So these are called as the natural nanomaterial. These are called natural nanomaterials. But there are certain other types of nanomaterial which actually increase their abundance in the earth. For example, called as the engineered nanomaterial. So what is engineered nanomaterial? Engineered nanomaterial are actually developed by the scientists and the researchers for the benefit of the human beings. You have already known there is, for example, silver nanoparticle. It has been explored enormously due to its antimicrobial property and has been used in several commercial products. But when this silver nanoparticle it purges to the soil and in the river system, when it goes in the river system, it stays there for a longer time. How? For that, I will be explaining one example in which the silver nanoparticle, when it comes in contact with the sulfide, it becomes more stable actually, and its solubility decreases in the water. So it can stay for the decades in the water. It can remain there. But due to certain surface modification and the transformation, it actually become more toxic. And in the studies, it is found that it is toxic to algae and it is responsible for growth, decreasing the growth in the monocots and dicot plants. So that's why this nanomaterial, when are affected actually by the environment present in its surrounding, and it have different impact due to its unique physical and chemical characteristics. So that's why it is very important to characterize these types of nanomaterial which is present in our environment. So that's why Nanoearth is here, which is trying to monitor and detecting it so that we can have some assessment and we can identify its toxicity in the nature. So this is just the background. And so we are trying to monitor and characterize those nanomaterial. So what is the problem here? Basically, these nanomaterial are actually complex with some environmental system. For example, nanomaterial can be complex with the biological material. It can be complex with some organic matter. It can be complex with fungi, viruses, and proteins, or anything. That's why it actually interferes with during the characterization process. That's why it is very important to separate the nanomaterial from this complex environment matrix. So this is first problem. Second problem is it is very essential to have the prior information about the sample. For example, if sample has been, if the source of the sample is the liquid or the river source, we know that there can be some different contaminants. If the source of sample is from the soil or the land, we know that it has some different contaminant. So based on the source, it is very easy to identify what types of contamination it can contain, and at the same time, we can provide the different extraction techniques for extracting the nanoparticle. For example, if we are consider the nanoparticle is coming from the soil, then we can know that there can be the more chances to have the biological material as a contaminant or some organic matter. In that case, rather than using using any acid digestion or alkaline digestion, we can give the enzymatic treatment. So this is how the problem is. For every sample, it is very important to have the prior sample information. And third most problem, you know that nanoparticle, it is already present in very small concentration. So that's why it became hurdle for the analytical instrument. So it cannot be detected by the instrument for characterization. So the low concentration of the sample itself in the nanoform is very challenging. In addition to this, The nanoparticle itself, in the nanoform, it shows various types of heterogeneity in its structure, having different surface area, surface energy, having different types of the facets, and it undergo modification as and phase transition. For example, it may undergo crystallinity, it can undergo aggregation and accumulation. That's why this nanoparticle in the environment have dynamic instability. So all these things are actually making building more challenges to the for qualitative and quantitative analysis of nanomaterial. And at present, there is no standard protocol which can be ubiquitously applied in around the globe to characterize this nanomaterial. That's for this purpose, we are trying to compensate with the solution, and here are the list of the solution. First, as I have discussed, that nanomaterial is complex with the biological material. That's why there are different physical and chemical extraction techniques. For example, lipid phase extraction technique, solid phase extraction technique. Then there is ultrafiltration method, ultrafiltration method, then dialysis. So there are different types of physical and chemical methods are available. By using those, we actually extract the nanomaterial. Second, as we know that the nanomaterial itself present in a very less quantity, and its concentration is low. That's why we try to increase the pre-concentrate the nanomaterial so that it can be free from any inhibitors and easily detected by the analytical instruments. We are trying to build a standardized sampling method, and so that it can be applied everywhere for nanomaterial collection. So based on the different types of the output and the results we need of our need, there are different types of instrument which is available from absorption, ultraviolet radiation, infrared radiation, fluorescence, and spin technology that can be used to decipher the characteristics property of the nanomaterial. So our laboratory is trying to build a standardized protocol that can be applied ubiquitously all over the world so that nanomaterial can be characterized easily. To sum up, the main objective is to develop the standardized protocol for sampling, extraction, and analysis. So this natural source here we can see in the slide on the left top corner. I'm trying to show that there are different types of the contaminants or the spatial association of the nanoparticle that it can have. For example, soil, sediments, wastewater, and other biological contaminants. So this is our approach. So we first initially do sample collection, documentation, and then storage for further characterization. Before characterization, there is this extraction technique we apply to pre-concentrate the nanoparticles so that it can be easily detected by the techniques that is used for characterization. And based on the type of techniques we are using, the sample has to be prepared. It can be prepared in suspension, it can be prepared in powder form, and during this, from preparation till analysis, these nanomaterials are so dynamic in nature that they undergo transformation. Therefore, we are trying to build the stability vessels in which nanomaterial can be remain in their intact form so that their end application or end toxicity can be detected. And this is our team. This is my director, Mitsumorayo, and Mark Michel. These are my immediate directors, and this is my team who is working for solving all the types of user facility. We are developing this user facility for nanomaterial characterization. And I would like to acknowledge NSF for this funding and Virginia Tech Institute for Critical Technology for providing fundings to NanoEarth. Thank you very much. I would be happy to have questions. Hello. If there is any question, I'm happy.
I thank Dr. Vipin Lade sir for your nice presentations. Your presentations will definitely benefit our budding researchers in India and worldwide to get some insights related to the isolation, characterizations and sampling collections on the nanomaterial from the complex environmental system. Thank you so much.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk in this transdisciplinary conference. I hope I gave some information to the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So I request next speaker for this technical sessions, Dr. Supriya ma'am, to present her plenary talk in this technical sessions. Dr. Supriya Kumara Velanam from Chennai, India. She will talk on recent advancements and emerging trends in the biotechnology. Dr. Supriya ma'am, please. Am I audible, Dr. Manarkar sir? Am I audible?
Yes, yes. So I
She's
think
not
she has
there.
left the meeting.
Okay, okay. Call to her and or we should start some another speaker.
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, please begin another session. Please go to next.
Okay, sir. So without wasting time, I should go further for the next plenary talk by respected Dr. A.P. Patil, Professor, Department of Metallurgical and Material Engineering, Visvesvaraya National Institute of Technology, Nagpur, India. I request Dr. Patil, sir, to please come on the dais. And I request Dr. Gogle, sir, Professor Gogle, sir, Head Department of Molecular Biology and Genetic Engineering, to please welcome Professor Dr. A.P. Patil sir to present shawl and memento as a love and appreciation for his outstanding contribution in the education, research and training. And thank you, Dr. Gogle sir. Now I request Dr. Patil sir to move ahead with your plenary talk on new education policies, opportunities and future consequences.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. First of all, let me thank Professor Somkova to invite me to deliver a talk on this topic, which is not part of my general research work, but part of my, you can say, concern for society and its development through education. So this is work that I do on a part-time basis, not on a full-time basis. Full-time, as you know, I'm in VNIT, so I have to teach there. But this is what I do for my contribution to pay back to society. So when new education policy came around, we were concerned really that is going to create a lot of problems. So we analyzed, and I wrote few papers. And because the time given here is 15 minutes, I'll try to be brief, and we'll try to bring out very salient features. All right. So we can say one thing about it, that new education policy is not in favor of development of backward communities, especially scheduled caste and scheduled tribes. And then you would wonder, then you would wonder that why this education policy, if it doesn't support education of scheduled caste and scheduled tribe and say maybe backward communities, then why the education policy? For that you have to understand a few things. But if I tell you what is there in new education policy point by point, that will become very academic. Okay. So my point of concern is the development of society through education. And as we all say that there should be education, good quality education, accessible education. So I have prepared this talk based on that concern. Whether new education policy has elements of what we call felicitation of accessibility as well as quality education or elements of quality education. And looking at this topic, we have to start by looking at what are the problems of the existing system in general, and in particular, what are the limitations when it comes to providing accessible and quality education to backward community, especially in the rural areas, where almost 80% of backward community lives, especially scheduled caste and scheduled tribe live. In accessible areas, remote areas, poor neighborhoods, okay, if you talk about the urban setups, because of the migration that has taken place from rural area to the urban area. Where they live, you know all that, okay. So from this point of view, I would enlist few of the difficulties that these communities are facing. Number one, at present there is the funding which is inadequate, and the new education policy is that it will request governments to spend at least 6% of their GDP, 6% of GDP. At present, it is said that it is something like 2.3 to 2.7% of GDP, which is much less, and they are targeting it to be 6%. When we looked at the expenditure on education by Maharashtra government, it is something like 20%. And you would say that if it is more than 6% of GDP, then education, quality of education, accessibility of education should be very good in Maharashtra. You look at the data in southern states, that is something like 25 to 30%. So why the education is still a challenge to these communities in these states? That we will try to understand. Okay, so main problem is there are inadequate number of schools and colleges, especially in rural areas, in inaccessible areas, in neighborhoods where you have most of the population of scheduled caste and scheduled tribe lives. So there are inadequate number of schools and colleges. So because they have not designed the whole setup, that these are the neighborhoods, these are the colonies, these are the towns or villages where you have 30% or 40% of the population of scheduled caste and scheduled tribe, or maybe they call in certain area the padas of tribals, or Maharwadas of Maharashtra, whatever way you would like to take it. So there are inadequate number of schools and colleges. They were in earlier education policies, there were provisions for neighborhood schools. So they tried to establish schools all over the place. But state funding was inadequate. There were hardly 1 or 2 teachers in these schools and colleges, and this new education policy 2020 says that they will try to rationalize the resources, fundings, and things like that. It simply means that they want to close down schools which have 1 or 2 teachers and where enrollment is less, without looking into as to why the enrollment is less than desired, okay, or maybe less than 80% or something like that, or why the teachers are not appointed in these schools. Without looking into this, they frame the policy. And as a consequence, in the last 2 years, they have closed down thousands and thousands of schools. In Nagpur alone, if you look at the number of schools run by Nagpur Municipal Corporation 20 years back and now, you would find that only 1/4 schools are remaining. And their conditions are poor. Buildings are dilapidated, teachers are appointed because of certain other considerations, not because of the academic considerations. And therefore, the quality is not good. And if there are good quality teachers, they are not encouraged to do proper teaching, but asked to do something else. So the rot in education system is because of certain other factors which none of the people in the government want to address. Okay, so without looking at all that, they have designed few things. Then other challenge that we see is the participation of SC, ST, OBC and minority students is low, whether it is primary, secondary, higher secondary or higher education. You all know, you all are associated with higher education and you know what is the participation of these communities. Okay, as Dr. Somkar would like to listen a word like Bahujan. She says that Bahujan participation in higher education is very, very dismal. So instead of making a strategy to increase their participation in higher education or maybe starting from the primary education, they just said that they will rationalize the schools and colleges. So the small school colleges with less attendance will be closed down. And if you look at the Niti Aayog's report of last 2-3 years, they have closed down 4,000 to 5,000 schools and high schools every year. Okay, all across the India. Other problem that we face is high dropout rate from schools. It is said that if there are 100 students going into schools, then almost 50% of them drop out before reaching standard 12. Now, if you want development of the society, you want them to take education. And if they are not taking education, dropping out of school, where will they go? They will become laborer. Becoming laborer, they can survive. Okay, they can manage to get 2 square meal a day or feed their family and things like that. But development is a far cry. I don't think that by working as laborer anybody can expect to develop his own family or kids or community for that matter. Okay. Apart from this, new education policy also says that will privatize. Where accessibility is not there, will privatize based on PPP. And it is left to the philanthropist. So even if they say 6% of GDP, there is no commitment on the funds. There is no commitment on the funds. So if the funds are not allocated, they have allocated funds like 400 crore for Rashtriya Shiksha Ayog. They were in the first budget itself. Okay, because this was done in 2019 they exposed, and then 20 it came about, October, November, and then February they allocated 400 crores, sorry. Okay, so if you promote privatization, it also leads to commercialization. So education is not considered as a service to the society, but as a means to make commercial gains. So all these tuition houses, private schools, private colleges, tying up with these tuition houses for 11, 12, 9, 10, 11, 12, 4 years or 5 years, all these tuitions for NEET or GATE or JEE, it's all because of this privatization and commercialization. And you can understand the simple fact that if school and colleges, high school say for example, charges about 20,000 rupees as a annual fees in a government college say, or some private college here, then these tuition houses charge about 1.5 lakh to 2 lakh rupees per annum. So it's a 2-year program, 11th and 12th, then students have to pay 3 lakh rupees. And without these tuition support, it's very difficult to pass through NEET or JEE, okay? Because there are about like 15 lakh students appearing for NEET, and seats are almost 1 lakh, less than 1 lakh, okay? And Ukraine issue has highlighted these things, that there are 88,000 seats, MBBS seats in India. There are a few more added in the recent years, but that number is less than the students who go to China, Russia and Ukraine. China, Russia and Ukraine, more than 88,000 or 90,000 students go to study these places. Sorry. There are other issues as well. So if you do 2 years of coaching for NEET and you do not get into MBBS, where do you go? Thank you. Where do you go? BMS, BHMS, pharmacy, or agriculture? You know that people with these qualifications have no career as compared to MBBS qualified doctors. Okay. There's one more very important challenge, and that is right to education. This bill was brought in many years back, okay? And what is it? This says right to education for 6 to 14 years of kids. Right to education, so when you want to take admission in a private college, government says right to education is given, granted. Now the reservation in terms of admission is about 50% for SC, ST, OBC, right? They have added one more 10% of EWS. But when you see what is the provision of reservation through RTE, what is it? It's only 25%. And half of it is for SC, ST, OBC, that is 12.5. Half of it is for EWS. So if reservation, this provision of 50%, whatever you say it is constitutional or because of the Supreme Court judgments or whatever, when there is a provision of 50% reservation and an act of parliament brings it down to 12.5%, does it help you or your community? Does it help in the development of the backward communities? That's the question, and that's the big challenge. There are not many people thinking about it, not many people raising these issues, okay? There are other issues like discrimination in education and things like that, so fine, we should not go into that. There is one more very important point, and that is the freeship and scholarship rates, okay? In Maharashtra, you have provision of scholarship and also provision of freeship. Scholarship means your fees is reimbursed and you get some monthly stipend, okay? We talk of pre-matric, fees is You want water? Okay. So, pre-matric fees, scholarship is very little. Okay. Post-matric scholarship, if you look at, there are 4 types of courses: Group 1, Group 3, Group 4 courses. And anybody doing like diploma or ITI will get about 380 rupees per month. Anybody doing engineering and those courses which are classified in Group 1 will get 1200 rupees a month. Now you tell me, today, can anybody survive with 1200 rupees a month? Besides, anybody who is studying 11th, 12th or diploma or ITI will require accommodation, will require food and travel expenses. Anybody getting 380 rupees from government will survive. In VNIT, mess hostel expenses are 3000 rupees a month. Outside if you go, you said take food twice, at least 2500 rupees a month. Room rent would be another about 2000 rupees a month. Okay, you need minimum 6000 rupees, but travel, other things there. Minimum 6000 rupees support. So that is something which is not correct, and we have to do something about it. As a society, we have to do something about it. Either we support our student or force government to support our students. And there are changes in the government policies, post-matric scholarship policies. 2001 or 2, I was working in VNIT. I got a call from a friend from KITS Ramtek, KITS Engineering College Ramtek, and he told me, sir, just before exam, college is sending these students to bring fees from their home, just 2 days before exam. He says, if you don't bring fees, don't pay fees, you will not be allowed to write exams. So I went in there, I had a word with the director. I said, what is this problem? When they get scholarship, free ship. He said they get free ship only to the tune of fees of government college. Government college fees was 20,000 rupees or 22,000 rupees. Private colleges charge 50,000 rupees or 60,000 rupees. So where is the rest of the money coming from? Students have to pay. They are justified, right? So we then started talking to government. We were writing, going there, talking to them. 2007 we succeeded, and they said all the private colleges, entire fees will be reimbursed. Another thing that we were saying, that if you ask them to pay fees, where they bring money from? Somebody's family income is 50,000 rupees annum, and he has to pay 50,000 rupees as fees, living expenses separate. Then where do he gets money from? They take a loan and things like that. To say taking loan is fine, but actually it's a burden. Okay, but they agreed at the time of admission nobody should be asked to pay any fees. 2007 that was implemented in Maharashtra. All engineering colleges, medical colleges, management colleges, everybody. Okay, so we estimate that at least 15,000 engineers, something like 2,000 doctors, MBBS. Okay, then all other courses, you can imagine that people were getting facilities. Then we communicated with central government, and they introduced that facility in their post-matric scholarship scheme of 2010. It was going fine. 2018, this government changed the norm. It said the facility of not paying fees at the time of admission in private colleges is hereby withdrawn, and they did not give any reason. We started writing to them, and finally last year, to 21, okay, last year, by February, March, they came out with another circular where they restored this facility. Okay. If you go to their website, and you can see both these documents. I have a copy. If anybody is interested, I'll show you. So that is restored now. But before this, they played with this. They also brought in the direct bank transfer scheme. Okay. Early on, students were not bothered with fees. It was a matter between college and students, college and management. Sorry, college management and government. So they will submit the form, government will release the funds directly to them. And now what they are doing, they are transferring money to a student account. So college is saying, okay, since you are going to get money, you bring it, pay it to us right away. And 2 years back, I know there was a case from a private medical college charging 16 lakh rupees a fees, and boys were there allotted through their cap round, but not given admission because they could not pay 16 lakh. And because of this 2018 rule, they enforced, they said, okay, you bring in fees. So that continued for 18, 19, 20. Last year, this year only, there was a MTech student who could not pay fees and he was denied in a government college. There are people who are fighting this case. I'm not involved directly, so I can't give you more details, but I know of this case. So these are the few challenges. If you say as a society, there are few other challenges. 60% of your population live on agriculture related activities or business, okay? And how many seats are there in agriculture universities in Maharashtra? Only 6,000 seats. If 6 crore people livelihood depends on agriculture activity, and they ask them to have cattle so that they can produce milk and things like that, then they got to also give them support on veterinary education. They should also give them support on any other business that they are expected to do. But there's nothing like that. Veterinary education, how many veterinary medical colleges are there? Not many. All over India, situation is further bad. See, southern states and Maharashtra, we are better off here. You go to north, condition is horrible. And if you say social demography, and that becomes even worse. So more population of SC/ST there, okay, in north, and more prevalence of poverty. Right. So these are few things. And then what are the provisions here? Few provisions I highlight and then stop. They say early childhood care and education. Okay. For this they say RT, provision of RT, that is 6 to 14 years of age, is extended and widened to 3 years to 18 years. Reservation 50%, no word about that. If this is only for 12.5% people, where would the other people go? Nowhere. You are closing down the schools and colleges which are in the rural area. Nothing. There's one more in the university higher education. They want these colleges to become multidisciplinary. Right now our system is medical college, engineering college, agriculture college, this college, that college, art, science, commerce combined, fine. But all the other colleges, and they want them to have all the disciplines there. So what will happen? These colleges are opened in rural areas, towns, small towns, and they say that there will be only one university and all other colleges will be affiliated. All these colleges will be multidisciplinary in the nature, and they will be associated with this university. And third thing, that only colleges which are associated with the university in the city will be allowed to do research. Other colleges will not be allowed to do research. What does it mean? It is helping in the development of science or whatever you say, or research, or is binding them. Is binding them. You know, that you cannot do research, you can't do this, you can't do that. Now you can imagine that where these thoughts are coming from. Okay, I need not to say that. Okay, so if they say we will strengthen the system by co-location or by forming school complexes, it simply means that the small school colleges from the small villages will be closed down, and they will have a one big center somewhere maybe 15-20 kilometers away from your home. And if people are poor, and if school is in the neighborhood, kids can just walk down there. Okay. If it is 15 kilometer, 20 kilometer away, what will happen? Who will send? Obviously, the access is made difficult. Kids will not go to school. If they don't go to school, where will they go? So if you read the policy document, it simply says that earlier policies have devoted more funds and focus on creating infrastructure, but they did not look at the quality. Fine. So leave the infrastructure as it is, and improve the quality. If you really want to improve the quality, but they are doing what? They are closing down school. If they cannot change the quality, improve the quality, they say close down the school. It's something like, if you cannot treat a patient, kill him. It's something like that, right? That is what our role is. We got to understand, got to stand up, say nothing doing. We are not going to accept that. And there they say curtailing dropout rates. I mentioned this, 50% student dropout. They say increasing general enrollment ratio. How do you do that? By closing school? Actually, you're going to increase the dropout. In fact, number of dropout will remain very low because people will not enter in school itself. So enrollment will fall down, but dropout will be very low. Because now 90% student will not go there. 10% who have money and other things and other resources will go there. Bahujan Samaj, okay? No resources. No resources. Only route they have is for the development is through education. And if you stop these communities from taking education, then it means you are creating a very, very dark future for them. In fact, this is not good for the society as well. Okay, there are other issues like new restructuring. Okay, this is 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 instead of 10 plus 2. Okay, so 5, 3, 3, 4, and this system is nowhere implemented. So we have absolutely no experience as to what this 5, 3, 3, 4 will be. Okay. So if you implement something which has not been tested before to a large population of India, about 18 crore students are there in India out of this 140 population, 40 crore population. So what you are doing, you are playing with the entire education system. You know what happened in demonetization, you know what happened in GST. It was not given a thought at all. No system was created and there was chaos. In 25 days, the first 25 days, there were 42 amendments to demonetization thing, and similarly for GST. They changed everything every now and then, every 2 days, every 1 day, twice or thrice they would change. 11 o'clock there is some change, 6 o'clock there is some change. So if you are going to play with the life of 18 crore people, and remember, one child of a village develops entire village. You have all these examples here. You also come from this community, so you know that one child, a good child, can change entire village. So what you are doing basically by playing with the education rights of 18 crore students, you are actually playing with the future of India. Okay, there are other things, teacher education, regulation and things like that. Okay, well, I'll not go into detail. Last thing, they say the new education policy will support internationalization of education in India. Okay, they say Indian universities will be allowed to open branches. In fact, the vice president said that India will become an education hub. Okay, you know how many students now study in India from coming from foreign countries? Hardly 1.5 lakh. And how many students go out of India? More than 15 lakh students. So if this is the balance, how do you become a hub? To become hub, you need an ecosystem. Why people want to go to USA or other places, or Europe, or for England for that matter, or Australia, or there? Why? Because they are ahead in the research. They carry out cutting edge research which is directly related to the industry or humankind. Okay. What is there in India? Our focus is the ancient knowledge. Sanskrit, teaching Sanskrit. This language issue was teaching Sanskrit. Sanskrit will, initially they said will not be mandatory, and then they say it should be mandatory. So 3 language formula that we have, it worked fine, wonderfully fine in India, and they want to change that. Why? To impose Hindi? No, it is just only a superficial thing that you can see that they are imposing Hindi. Basically, they want to spoil whatever is there. Just they want to spoil the development of the backward communities because of whatever facilities were developed. They were not adequate, considered. But whatever facilities were there, we saw certain development. If there is reservation, 15% reservation for scheduled caste, 7.5% for scheduled tribe, maybe scheduled caste reservation is completed. Although there will be some discrimination in selection and things like that. But if you look at the number of scheduled caste students studying in these colleges, higher education colleges, then you find that no, these seats are not going vacant. And if you bring in these kind of factors and say that you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do that, then what you are doing basically, you're trying to bind the rate of development of these communities. That as a community we should not accept. I think with these words I'll conclude my talk, and anybody has any question, I'll be happy to answer. Yeah. Which training is it? Skill training, yeah, skill training, yeah. Yes. Yeah. Well, as far as skill training is concerned, okay, there is a skill development ministry or some department. You go to their website, what are the skills they talk about? They talk about industry 4.0, IT, artificial intelligence, then training in various vocations, okay. It all requires money. You have to set up labs, okay. Private players, industries are setting up these labs, okay. But how many? How many? If 12 crore students go to high school, okay, KG to 12th standard, that 12 crore. So at least 3 crore students should be enrolled in vocational courses, okay. What they say, this vocational training will be after 5th standard to 10th standard. And what are the avenues? If you are son of a carpenter, then you take vocational training in your family itself. So you can say, I'm just putting this word carpenter, but you know what are the rural vocations? What are the rural vocations? They are not like blue collar vocations. They are dirty vocations. And we got to, stop doing that work. But they say you learn it from your parents. So, what kind of skill it is? A carpenter will learn, his son will learn carpentry from his father. No matter whether you say you learn or not, because if he is not educated, what profession he will do? He will learn, he will help his father. That's it. But if you can't, train him in using computers, building computers or things like that, okay, manufacturing or other things. You go to ITI government college, government ITI. What are the trades there? Useless trades. Long time back, they would say reservation is 10% or 7%, and all these seats were in shoemaking. My friend who went into ITI as a principal, he said, no, in every trade there will be reservation. So that was in, I think, 86, 85, 87, 88, 88 that they started doing this. Otherwise, all of them were like in something like that, masonry, or brickwork, okay, or watchmaking. Now you do this training of watchmaking, what you can do? You don't have capital, right? You can't compete with whatever shops you have in Nagpur and doing watchmaking. So you go and work for them for 100 rupees a day or 200 rupees a day. That's it. 6,000 rupees a month. I mean, you can't survive. You can't survive. So that is also a facade. And that's why I say, how do you trust them? You know what they have done? They have increased hostel fees of all the colleges. JNU case was there, they protested hugely, where their hostel fees was increased 10 times. NIT's fees were increased twice, 44,000 to 75,000 a year. IIT's fees was increased by almost same amount, so from 80,000 to I think 1.5 lakh something. So if government wants to improve education, ecosystem of education, they will not increase fees. You will simply say, okay, fine, whatever fees, it doesn't matter, we will give you fund. But they are, playing with the future, and that's why I say, how do you trust them? So if they say something that we will do this or we want to do this, then you have got to be very cautious. That there is something that they are not saying, but you have to read between the lines. Okay? Any other questions? Sure. Yeah. Yeah, very valid point. Okay, so if some policy is made by a government, okay, the first thing it should be discussed in Parliament. They have gone through Parliament? No, they didn't. They did not go to Parliament. They did not discuss anything in the Parliament about this policy. Okay, they accepted the policy and shot letters to governors. There were governors who were issuing letter, you implement this, you implement that, implement that. Okay. Then the Maharashtra government made a committee. Okay, big names were there. Like our Thorat sir were also part of the committee. Then he signed the report. He accepted, okay, you close colleges, unitary system, okay, multidisciplinary thing and like that. And then he wrote a rejoinder, 60-page, 70-page rejoinder. So in April, we had conducted workshop here, a seminar here, and I had invited him on that topic. And he talked about it. And we heard from him, okay. But there are a lot of people who are working in this area. It's not like, nobody is working that. Problem is that society at a large thinks that whatever government is doing is not our concern. Because the effect on education will be seen after 15 years, 10 years. Right? So you don't, it's not like, price rise. 400 rupees cylinder became 1200 rupees. Right? It immediately hits. Even then there are no protest. Something like education policy whose effect will be felt in about 10 years or 12 years time obviously will have no response, but the educated people have obviously responded to. We wrote a letter when there was the call for the response on the draft policy. You should be aware of the three southern states apart from Karnataka. They had a conference in Chennai, and their education minister said that we will not implement. Education is a concrete list, right? Education is a concrete list. So anything they want to do, they have to consult and take state governments into confidence. They have not done that. They said just implement. Tamil Nadu government done a very good job. West Bengal, they are not coming out very clearly. They may sometime implement. I don't know. I don't trust West Bengal government. But wherever BJP government is there, fine. I saw one video on a YouTube. A lady teacher was explaining. In Rajasthan, they say if you send a student to a government college, they will charge 500 rupees monthly fees. Okay. If student is sent to a private college, they will give you a stipend of 1200 rupees. Then she was telling that, see, when we joined, this NPS was implemented. We did not understand. Now we understand when we are approaching the retirement age, that what is the beauty of a pension. So by the time you understand that this private college issue is going to hurt you, all the government schools, because enrollment will be very low, will be closed. So even if you want to revert back to government school, there are no government schools. So that is the situation they are creating. And we have to stand up. As a society, we have to stand up. And I would say, use one more word. If we are Ambedkarite, real Ambedkarite, then we got to stand up. As a society, we got to stand up. We cannot let this happen in Maharashtra. But the change of guard, we were communicating with the earlier government, but the change of guard in Maharashtra has created a lot of problems. And they have accepted, They have accepted. Sure. Any other question? If not, then I thank all the this audience for patience listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for this great enlightened talk that we have on this new education policy. And I think most of us don't even know about it. What is it? What is happening in the educational scenario? And we all know that in later time, at some point of life, we are all getting hit by it, but we are now not aware. So thank you so much, sir. So here we are coming towards the end of today's conference. So here I am to present the vote of thanks. So today the conference was organized by Indian Indigenous Society of Sciences and Social Sciences on Transdisciplinary International Conference for Integrated Sustainability Approaches in Science and Technology, Commerce and Social Sciences, Current Research and Future Perspectives. Today we had a very great number of people with us. The keynote speaker, he has delivered a great talk. Later on, we had technical sessions in which we had plenary lectures assigned, which were both in hybrid mode, online and offline, and both of them went very well. And out of all the plenary lectures that we have planned, we have most of the plenary lectures we have delivered. So that is a very great deal for today's conference. So I would like to thank all the lecturers who has delivered their plenary talks today, and all the dignitaries which have joined us during the inaugural function. Professor N.S. Gajbiye, Dr. H.M. Meshram, Dr. G.P. Meshram, Dr. Anand Patil. The real backbone of this conference, Dr. D.P. Gogle, Dr. Lakshman Patil, and none other than Somkuar sir, who is, no, I'm not seeing him here, but all the organizing team members, all the participants, all the students who have helped us during the entire sessions, and we would hope that tomorrow also we'll run this conference at the immense pleasure. And tomorrow we will be having the first session starting at 9:10 a.m. So the lecture will be delivered by the plenary lecture will be delivered by Dr. Riel Kanen, who is from Canada. So it will be in online mode, and it will start at time because of the time issues that we have. So so it will start on time. So we will see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much.